and jump into the match view where we can see both hands. I think for maybe the fourth segment, once we get to the fourth segment of play, we'll do another single player perspective. And I don't know who it might be interesting to follow in one of the matches. I know we took a look at Michael Rosenberg the other day. He would, of course, be a very popular choice. My suspicion is that he and Debbie will be sitting out the fourth segment. Although maybe they'll play, and maybe Chris and Amber will sit in. But I think for some variety, maybe we should take a look at someone else's perspective other than Michael. Board 31. Both these selecting to open 2 clubs. Balanced 23 count. So in the blue room over here, Michael elects to open 2 clubs and rebid 2-0. Presumably something like 22 to 24, maybe 22 to 23, depending on your range. In the green room, we have a Kokish auction starting, which means that Yoko on the east hand is electing to treat this as a bit of an upgrade, whatever their ranges are for 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2-0. Well, it's interesting to me in the blue room that Debbie elected to force to game. She does have a 4-card major, which is, probably the only reason she did it. If she was 4-3-3 with 4 clubs, she probably would pass 2-no trump. That would be my suspicion. This notably being one of the few, or only auctions where when you open 2 clubs in a standard 2/1 context, you're not game forcing. I think Debbie's going to be quite pleased that she has found a 4-4 heart fit, meaning the game is going to have at least some play. The lack of dummy entries might mean Michael is going to be forced to just play hearts out of hand.
This opening lead at least lets him effectively lead toward the king of spades without using a dummy entry.
Yeah, hey, welcome back.
Thank you. So that's going to help him a little bit.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Declare is going to stumble his way into 10 tricks some way or another. Despite the 4-1 trump split, I mean, the diamonds are 3-3. So he's probably just going to be able to knock out the diamond ace and pull 4 rounds of trumps.
Yeah, particularly the defense is continuing to set up Declare side tricks. This is going fairly well for him.
Yeah, there is some possibility.
It's a reasonable shift.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say there is some possibility that this king of spades gets knocked out right now. And then Michael will need to be a little careful. I suspect his line of play is going to involve cashing the heart ace, and when he sees the queen pop, the simplest solution would be to exit a heart, or to exit the 10 of hearts specifically.
Yeah. Yeah, so in the other room, the same card was led, but North chose to duck it around, sticking Declare in hand, so we'll see if that makes any difference in how the early play develops.
Right. Now I would say, if Michael had the 10 of diamonds, I think the 10 of hearts would have hit the table by now already. It's basically 100% line of play from there, but he doesn't know the diamonds are running. So he might alternatively plan to do something maybe cross-rough wise, like he can cash the ace king of clubs, cash the queen of diamonds, rough a diamond with a middling heart spot, and then, rough a spade with a 3 of hearts and continue cross-roughing from there. Trying to reach his 10 tricks in that fashion. But we'll see what he likes to do. Claire in the green room has, also set up the diamond suit. Not a trivial hand to play, but I would expect... I think Michael is in a very good position here. Almost any line of play is going to work, so he elects to cash the diamond queen. One of the things that's useful in this spot is he probably got diamond count from the opponents on the first round of the suit, and therefore
Possibly.
he might just know that this third round of diamonds is surviving.
I don't think so, because remember, when spade to the ace, four of diamonds, king, ace, and they didn't play a second one. So I think he may suspect what's going on, but he can't really be sure.
Okay, yep. Well, it looks like he's doing quite well. He roughed the diamonds, they happen to split, but now all of his diamonds are set up, and that allowed him to take the safety play of, taking a heart finesse, and with the jack of hearts on side, he now has 11 tricks and a beer.
Yeah, so the other room, it went spade to the king, jack of diamonds, with South won, which seemed a little odd. I'm not sure why she would lead the jack, given that she wants the defense to win the first round of diamonds.
Well, it worked.
It did work, that is true. Migry went up with the ace, probably suspecting that the jack, when she's holding the 10, had to include the king and queen. And then she got tapped, which probably doesn't really make that big a difference, but it's a little more awkward than the position that Rosenberg was in.
Yeah, it's, I think Declare could easily be in trouble. Because I mean, okay, she can play a heart to the 10 here, and then when she finds out about the bad heart split, she can just start playing diamonds out of hand. North will rough in and get his trump trick, but then doesn't really have any uncomfortable things that he can do to Declare. Like play another round of spades.
Right, North being out of spades now is going to save her from getting burned by this line of play.
Okay, but importantly, North can deny the beer by electing not to ruff on either the queen or 7 of diamonds. Okay, well, now Declare is just going down.
Yeah. Yeah, for some reason. Yeah, so now North can overruff, play the queen of clubs to tap Declare out of her last trump, and he'll have a trump winner, trick 13.
Yep.
So a huge swing for Rosenthal to start the set.
Yeah, definitely. And, for the Dinkin team, they did well winning all of their previous matches, but coming up against opponents who are going to capitalize on these mistakes, like Declare had, I would say a fairly comfortable line to guarantee 10 tricks, and she kind of missed it, but Andrew able to capitalize after Declare had cashed those 2 clubs. Hey, Steph, welcome in.
Hey.
I did take a look at Into Bridge. I don't know if you saw the VOD on that one, but I played a few hands on it the other day on stream. There are some issues with that site. All right, so big pickup to Rosenthal. They were already ahead by about 70, and now they're ahead by close to 80.
In fact, someone just texted me with a prediction that Dinkin loses by 200.
After 6 segments, because you think they'll concede? Or is that 200 after 8 segments?
I think he meant after 8. But just, the way this is going, it's going to be very tough for them to get back into this match if they keep going down in contracts where their counterparts are making over tricks.
Right, right. Yeah, very true. Dinkin's winning by 500. Well, I can kind of summarize the into bridge thing. I mean, there are a couple of things that I think I don't particularly like. One of which is that the robot system is not very well fleshed out. They don't have fairly well defined bids in a large number of auctions or positions, and and the other main issue is that like the boards are not seeded, if you know what that means from like a computer science standpoint. So like on BBO, when you play with the robots, if you get to the same position, the robots will always do the same thing. Whereas here, it's like by the time the auction is over, I might have zero chance to win the board, right? Like my partner opens 2 hearts and it goes double all pass, and at the other table it goes pass in my partner's seat. Yeah, I'm sure that it is like early on, but those are 2 large issues that I see currently. So no need to like step through the entire VOD and watch. It was only like 10 or 15 minutes in between segments. So 3-0 in both rooms. And we get the same club lead in the green room that we saw in the blue room. Blue room is a little bit ahead. But Declare appears like they're about to take a spade finesse in the blue room, and that is going to work. So that will be 4 more tricks. And 3-0 trump made. And how is Ron Smith doing in the green room? Oh, yeah. No, there were some positives as well. I mean, I really liked, the post-hand replay. I think that the graphical interface or user interface is a lot better in Into Bridge. And of course, the rating system, I think, is like a cool little fun, extra competitive thing that you can add in, which you guys have done a nice job with. But I think it's hard to say that it is a fair rating system when you're not really being scored fairly. You enjoy playing tournaments with humans on there? I haven't looked at a lot of the features. I mean, I mostly just was playing a bunch of the, like click on the play now rated hand or something like that. You play Swiss pairs a few evenings a week, and you're looking to organize more. That could be fun, depending on who the field is. I know I saw at least one name that I recommended from the BBO from like BBO tournaments, Carneades, who plays a bunch of like BBO robot events. Alright, so Debbie did take the spade finesse in the blue room. She ended up collecting her 9 tricks in 3-0. And similarly in the green room. So we get a push board. We're all square in terms of time consumption now on board 33. North-South have a nice heart fit. I wonder if they're going to find it. Okay, green room is a little bit ahead, so let's see how that auction has started. It started a spade by North. East electing to make a takeout double. I don't like the takeout double.
Yeah, it does seem a little misdirected with that Doubleton heart. Presumably she's doing it because she has 17 points, but I think I would not be very comfortable on an auction like a spade double, pass two hearts, pass three diamonds to show this. I feel like you'd be doing an awful lot of bidding on, a hand with decent but not great trump suit for three level play and kind of minimal values for this action.
Right, and I mean, like, even scarier is the auction of spade double, two spades, three hearts. Then, now what? Um,
Sorry, which auction?
like a spade double,
Well,
two spade raise, and then your partner bids three hearts.
that's okay though, because at least if they're showing some values, you can bid three no trump and hope for the best.
Yep, yep,
I mean, obviously it's not terrific, but sometimes partner has the ace of diamonds, and when they do the club finesse rates to work, there's your nine tricks.
sure, sure.
I mean,
Okay,
this is obviously
well,
not an ideal outcome, but
yeah, it's okay. So this the auction in the green room is, I don't think, over. I would not imagine that East is going to pass this out, but one of the issues that she's probably wondering is like, well, if I just bid two diamonds, that's not going to show values. So she does jump to three diamonds. I feel like this is kind of a bit misguided. The
well, after the
opponents,
read, yeah,
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 after the redouble, the opponents have said this is their hand. Your partner can't really have values. Your side doesn't have game anymore. So
right.
no reason to like bid three diamonds and offer up like 500 to the opponents if they happen to have a diamond rack behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you're like, obviously you started with this plan in the hope of showing strength, but the opponents have told you that that plan is futile.
Yeah, although I would say like the auction timing wise has worked out quite well for East West in the green room because North South missed their heart fit. Um, whereas,
Yeah, in the other room,
right,
right? It was
they
easy for
just,
South to bid two hearts.
yeah, one spade, two diamonds, and South was happy even with three card support to bid two hearts, show his second suit, and if he didn't find a fit, he was then going to preference back to spades, but when he found a heart fit, he was happy to play in the 9 card major suit fit rather than the 8 card fit.
And here, even with the poor trump break, I don't think North is going to be too taxed to go plus here with heart splitting and no chance to guess it wrong with the queen popping up on side.
Yeah, very true. Um,
Yeah, so like you'd rather get to hearts, but in practice, it's just not going to cost them anything.
I mean, it's a little scary when East continues diamonds after winning the spade ace.
Right. Yeah, but that's where the queen doubles of hearts comes into play, I think, right? You'll just, yeah, I mean,
Like, I don't
that's
know if
fair.
East is going to continue diamonds, but if East does continue diamonds, Declare doesn't really have an obvious plan when the trump suit goes badly.
Yeah, obviously having both clubs on side, may give him another way back into back into the spot here.
Well, I'm suspicious that he might need to trump coup someone. Okay, we do get the queen of diamonds, so now we're going to see how Declare plays this, right? Because if he plays the queen of spades,
Yeah, so Yoko has made a good play of tapping one of Dummy's front honors here.
yeah, the hand is no longer trivial in 4 spades.
So let's see. So suppose Declare plays a heart to the ace and club. Is that
Yeah, I don't think Declare can make this anymore. I mean, like a heart to the ace and a club up, as long as East ducks.
well? He
Um,
kind of Yeah, maybe there's no way to shut West out of a trump trick because, and if he can take four more spades and two hearts is eight and two clubs, that is 10.
Right. Yeah.
One more diamond rough and dummy, three of his four trumps in hand, ace king of hearts, king jack of clubs. I don't know. He may just be a little short on entries to his hand to do everything.
Right, yeah. So Steph makes the point that Declare might play a heart to the 8 right now, hoping to gain two entries to the north hand.
Yeah.
I don't think so, just given the takeout double. I don't think East can ever have a stiff heart. Um, but I don't know. I guess we'll see. We'll see what Declare elects to do. Like, but you're right. I think it's possible Declare plays a heart to the 8 is like the only way to make it. It will result in him going down an extra trick. Okay, tries the Queen of Spades, which I think is very sensible. I mean, if the spades were splitting, then and he doesn't know that East had hopped up with stiff ace. I mean, East very well could have hopped up with ace doubleton there or something like that. Then he would just be able to cross to the heart ace, pull trumps, and then run the heart suit. So tense moment. We'll see if he elects to play heart to the 8. I mean, it's not crazy to do so, but yeah, I think it's a little more prudent to just say, let's play a heart to the ace. I know that East is the one who made the takeout double. East is also very likely to have values. I'm probably going down from this point, but I suppose there is some world where the opponents misdefend a little bit. Like, for example,
Yeah,
we lead a club, East wins the ace and goes diamond, diamond, tapping us. Now we might actually be able to make it on a trump coup.
yeah, think I think now I think he needed a stiff queen of hearts to come up when he played a heart to the ace at that point to have a chance to go plus.
Yeah, or this defensive potential error. The fact that the diamond suit is blocked is not gonna make him particularly happy. Because now he just doesn't really have a way to shorten himself. So West can lead whatever he wants other than a spade, and he will eventually come to a spade trick. Why can't he make? Well, because to perform the trump coup, North would need to ruff a card in his hand. And so, yeah. I mean, like, he's very close, right? If he was able to ruff that king of clubs, play a heart to the king, and play the jack of hearts holding, then he would be able to play another heart through and make it. I mean, it's very close to making, but just not quite. So props to Tracy Bauer, Billy Cohen in the other room for reaching the better contract of 4 hearts. And that's going to be a game swing back to Dinkin, who's well on their way to winning by 500, according to Steph.
This hand actually illustrates one of the things that I was saying in the first half, where I think you and I both agree that East's actions here were probably, inferior in a bridge sense to what Michael Rosenberg in the other room, just make the simple overcall. But sometimes you do win imps for these actions that are, 40% actions instead of 60% actions, but of course, it's why they won 10 ends on that hand, but are stuck 70 in the match.
Right. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, so Blue Room is almost concluded play in East 1 no trump contract. Michael has attempted to throw North in, but when a club comes through, he's going to stick in the 10 and, hold on. Almost spoke too soon, I guess. Now a club is not going to come through, that Billy Cohen has thrown away the jack. I believe North should be able to just cash the ace of diamonds. I suspect that North will also just cash the spade ace, although we can kind of see that if she exits a low spade, she will end up beating this 2 tricks. So that'll be 7 tricks for North-South, and 1 no down 1. We'll see if the same contract is reached in the green room on 34. Bit of a different start to the auction. Thoughts about opening 1 spade and not 1 diamond? You like it because it's 3rd seat. Yeah, white on red has a lot of merit. My tendency is not to make those kind of bids, but I think I underutilize 4-card majors in 3rd seat. What do you think, Craig?
So the world has kind of gone the other direction. Like, people just don't really make bids like that anymore. I like it for 2 reasons. I'm not sure that I would have the nerve to do it at the table, but it is preemptive when you have the small doubleton heart, so it's very often at these colors going to stop the opponent from finding a fit. Like, it's going to be pretty scary for North-South to take an action over 1 spade on either side. If they have if either have a doubleton spade, of course we have 4, they rate 2. So like, I like it for that reason.
Yeah.
Obviously here, they got to have some fun and go minus 100. We'll see what happens in the other room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so East has the worst hand that you could possibly find when you may take an action like West, but of course, North-South have, like 25 highs or something? 12, 23 highs, so, stealing the contract for minus 100 when the opponents have 2/3 of the strength can't be horrible for you.
Right. Yep, for sure. And you're favorable, so if there's any chance the opponents could have reached 3 no trump and you got to play a no trump instead, you're going to be pretty happy about it. Even if 3 no doesn't make.
Yeah, and certainly when you open a spade and it goes past a no trump, pass back to you, you're fairly confident that you're about to buy the contract, and you're most of the time going to be pretty happy with that outcome.
Yep. Okay, well, Declarer in the green room has elected not to hop up with the club queen when a club came through, so she's probably going to lose that card. Although, South can't be particularly happy leading hearts or spades at this point. Tries the 9 of spades. Very reasonable. I don't like this play, the queen of spades.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think she was obviously worried about taking 0 spade tricks if the 10 went to the jack. So I think that's why she did it.
Yeah, I suspect it's kind of along the lines of, the normal way to play the spade suit, right, is low to the king and then low to the 10 on the next round. And so she was probably thinking, well, that's great. The opponent's played the first round of spades, so I should play the king and then get back to my hand, ... and play a low spade to the 10. But she doesn't have a hand entry to do that. So the opponents kind of
Yeah.
gave her the option of taking a finesse that she couldn't otherwise have. And you might say, well, if the opponents are doing that, there's probably a reason, and I should reject the finesse. But here you can kind of see, well, South doesn't want to lead hearts, South doesn't want to lead clubs, so she was kind of like forced into playing a spade.
Yeah, I think, at that point, obviously, East is just trying to, like, obviously, she's not trying to go plus on this hand, right? She's just trying to, manage to scramble up a couple of tricks if she possibly can.
Right.
So I think in that context, the King of Spades doesn't seem like a terrible decision to me.
Sure, sure. And she is going to get a second opportunity.
You'd be very sad if you did 0 spade tricks.
Yeah, I mean, she is going to get a second opportunity here because South is going to play another spade, and now she gets to guess, right?
Right.
I suspect, I was going to say I suspect she's going to get this guess right. Andrew Rosenthal spent a while thinking about what to do on the Queen of Spades when it was played, and so that kind of gave away the spade position.
Yeah, and she clearly was ready for that because she put the 10 of spades in almost immediately.
Yep. Okay. So 2 imps, I mean, North-South defending a little better on this hand, or maybe Declare missed an opportunity to win the Queen of Clubs when she was in, when a club came through her own hand. But small swing. Rosenthal has almost hit the 100 imp mark. A bit of an exciting decision on board 35. So the blue room a little bit ahead, but let's stay with the green room because North-South have 2 6-1 major suit fits. And I mean, I suspect if either one of them knew about their partner's 6-card major, they would be happy to put it in either 4 hearts or 4 spades. I mean, 4 spades obviously being the better contract of those two.
Yeah, so I think it'll probably go 2 hearts by South. North will bid 3 clubs to force to game. Probably South will bid 3 diamonds. North will bid 3 spades, and South will raise, I think, would be, one somewhat likely continuation here.
Yeah, very possible. In the blue room, over the 3 club, kind of artificial game force. Maybe not necessarily artificial, but some sort of game force. Billy Cohen elected to just try 3 no trump, which is very sensible.
Also very sensible, yeah. I think 3 clubs, I think it's sort of either way. Like, it's ostensibly natural, but everyone knows that very often it isn't.
Yeah.
Like, you have the same hand with 1 fewer club and 1 more diamond. You'd still have to make a bid like this because you don't have any game forcing number of spades.
Sure.
I mean, 3 spades would be game forcing, but your suit is a little weak for that.
Yeah, so both Souths
actually made the same 3 call.
Yeah, although I would kind of draw attention to the fact that I think both Souths are the stronger players, and maybe their thought process is like, well, I don't really want to put partner in a shaky 4 spade contract if that's correct. Let's just bid 3 no. I have ace queen third of diamonds. How can my suit be all that much better? So.
Yeah, I think that's very possible that they figured even if 4 spades is theoretically better, 3 no might and also it does right side it with the queen of diamonds, so there could also be just be technical reason to play it by itself.
Right. Yep. Okay, well, in the green room, Ron is kind of well on his way to finding a club lead, I think. Which he does find. He leads 4th best.
I think presumably he did it expecting club length in North, so he's afraid of some holding like this where we're crash, obviously he's not hoping partner as a singleton honor, but partner had like, king queen doubleton or something like that. he doesn't want to crash his honors against those.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I mean, not that crazy. I just find it amusing that he
Yeah.
is Jack 10-9
Yeah,
fifth.
whatever. You just lead fourth best is normal.
Yeah.
So East now is going to have to
Whoa.
decide.
That play is shocking to me.
That East is on leader trick too.
Yeah.
Well, and I think she's justified. Obviously she doesn't know what's going on in the club suit. She's also not going to place Ron with Jack 10-9. So she may think that the club length is with East and West is just trying to lead through dummy.
I'm also a little surprised by not playing the Queen of Diamonds at trick. Okay,
Yeah, I don't think she's going. I don't think she's going to make this contract now.
no, she is spades or 3-3, but
Yeah, but that doesn't help her. Oh, because you can leave a king of spades off the board and crash your jack.
yeah.
Yeah, but West clubs are going to be set up, and he's got the ace of hearts entry, and he's got two heart tricks.
Well, but
He just
the
wins and puts a heart on the table.
East West have no.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. You're right.
Oh wait,
Sorry,
no,
I'm-
you are right. You are. East wins the ace of spades and plays a heart, and that's just 5
Oh, yeah,
defensive
that's just
tricks.
5
They
tricks,
take.
yeah.
Yeah, this is okay. This is mind blowing to me. What is Migry doing?
Um,
I don't even know what to say about this. That seems like an insane line of play. She's gonna be happy the spades break. Now it's the hand hasn't gone down yet, right? Ron is gonna do his
Yeah,
best.
but part of the reason it hasn't gone down yet is they've only played 4 tricks.
They only have 4 tricks.
No, they've only played 4 tricks. There
Oh
hasn't
yeah,
been enough
yeah,
time to
yeah.
go down.
Okay, but I mean like, yeah. Okay, so Ron's gonna do his best to signal for hearts,
Right.
and East is gonna have to work out that she needs to switch to hearts rather than put a diamond back through.
I think East should, even though Migry probably should have put in the Queen of Diamonds, East should know what the diamond holding is because Ron won the Jack and didn't return one. If he had started with Queen Jack, he surely would have.
Yeah. They went down at both tables. Okay, I wasn't even following the blue room. What happened in the blue room?
I don't know. I wasn't aware. I'm gonna pull this up again. So let's see. So the other room, they got the 10 of clubs lead Rusino. They did remember to win trick 1 and also put the king of spades on the table. 2 rounds of spades lived. They played a third one, so they guessed that correctly, to the ace. And then on a diamond lead, they also ducked it.
Which is fine.
West played another club, which held, played a third club, declare 1, declare cast the spades, and in the end position, pitched the Queen of Diamonds and tried to lead a heart to the, we don't know what he was about to play because West claimed.
Okay. Not horribly unreasonable, but fine. I accept. So yeah, he elected to play for the heart finesse working rather than the diamond finesse working. I mean, whatever.
On the other hand, it looks like he's still going to win some imps because I think whatever's happening here is going worse for Migry than it did for him.
Dude, what did you say? Wait a second. Migry just exited a low spade. Okay.
So weird.
This hand is incredibly confusing to me with what's going on. Oh, these long events are tough for some players. They're even tougher for the commentators who are just completely clueless.
This is really perplexing, I have to say.
Well, Ron has successfully asked for hearts. He played the nine of spades and then the seven. And East, if she has been paying attention to all the spade spots, would know, oh, okay, King of Diamonds back. It doesn't hurt because North has not showed up or set up the spade suit yet.
So I certainly hope that the third Rosenthal pair is not watching this because we thought they were on tilt during yesterday's match.
Oh boy. Um, yeah, this is just incredible. This is incredible stuff. You made some plays like this on the last day in Phoenix. Man, I make plays like this on the first day of nationals. but
I mean, I already played like this on the first day of my life I ever played bridge.
I was teaching, so I taught a couple of my friends just like how to play bridge. They knew nothing about card games at all. And they were doing stuff like this where they're just like, well, if I just play the suit, obviously the opponents are just going to play their ace immediately, right? So I don't even need to use my high cards to force it out. Maybe that's what Migry was thinking. No, I'm sure what she was thinking is that like East had ducked from ace doubleton, but
Oh, of course it's what you thought, but I feel like that's just an enormous position to take during the play.
yeah.
You have to be more or less 100% sure it's correct to take that view.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I see. This is why I didn't want to watch the green room. I really didn't. But I've been captivated by the play so much that we've missed all of the fun stuff going on in the blue room. East-West have ended up in four spades, and after the friendly spade split with the suit breaking 2-2, looks like Declare is going to do quite well for himself on this one. Pitching his club loser, eventually he's going to play the diamond suit for a trick and make an over trick. You had a friend who played a king-jack finesse 2 hours into playing bridge. That's really nice. Some people, it could depend on what experience they have with other types of games and visualization and stuff. But yeah, if they've never played a card game before, that's really impressive.
Yeah, I think certainly there are plenty of players who come to bridge having played other trick-taking games and they've at least like seen this kind of thing before.
Yeah. Yeah, like for example, before I even played bridge, I had played spades, and I will say that finesses are not very common in spades, but people still play for them. Like low to the king is a finesse, but it was very infrequent for someone to play like ace jack 9, like low to the 9 or something like that.
Yeah, or something you sort of take like anti-finesses where you hop up with a high card and hope to survive whatever's behind you.
Yeah. Yeah, hearts, you obviously have to count out the hand and do sort of end plays and that sort of thing. There, of course, is Barbu, which is a bigger card game in certain parts of the world that involves a lot of bridge-like skills. Okay, well, the auction in the green room is proceeding. I suspect that East-West are going to reach 4 spades there, so I think we'll hop over to the blue room. Zach is better at Barbu than bridge. Well, that's obviously not a hot take. Zach is like the worst bridge player on the planet. Sorry, I need to stop. Zach plays fine, but
I think, first of all, I think you might have believed that yesterday. You cannot possibly still believe that having seen this match.
That's fair. Look, it's all relative, right? So Zach is a good bridge player, but he has a lot of um, positions where I think he just like dumps both match points and imps to world class players, and so like despite being a fairly talented card player, there are still a lot of holes in his game that, as far as I can tell, I've been out of the loop for like 6 or 7 years. He hasn't really shored up, and maybe never will. But yeah, I'm not that surprised that he's a very strong Barbu player. I don't think I ever played Barbu with him. I'm not particularly good at that game, but I have played with some of the other players. Like I played Barbu with J-Lol, Joel. I played Barbu with Corbel, a few of the others.
Yeah, in fact, Migry is really into Barbu.
You don't know when to double and redouble. Yeah. That is a complicated part of the game. I frequently have given up like 120 points on doubles because I feel like it's safe. And then really, really strong players like, who is it? Chip Martell? That plays a lot of Barbu?
Kit, I believe.
Kit plays everything, so.
Yeah, it's possible Chip plays Barbu
Yeah.
also, but Kit I know is very into it.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I would guess that he's extremely good at that part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
He has some eccentricities about how he thinks about bridge, but obviously very, very good at the game theory aspects of things.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, well, Blue Room has reached a fairly tame 3-diamond contract on board 37, and they're pulling well ahead of the Green Room in terms of pace of play.
Huh. So in the previous hand, they made an overtrick in the 4-spade contract the Green Room is currently playing.
Right.
Is that just normal? They lose.
I mean,
guess it's pretty normal.
yeah, it's
Do you take
pretty
a roughing
normal.
finesse to pitch the club loser?
Yeah, the heart finesse is marked from the bidding as well as the opening lead. And so, like, I mean, technically Declarer should be a little careful. They're going to have to, like, pull trumps in case hearts are 7-1. Okay, or they're not going to have to pull trumps, but hearts are 6-2, so it's no problem.
Yeah, again, this is the line of play that probably even at match points you wouldn't need to bother with. At imps, I think is just having a bit of a blind spot here about that possibility. I mean, North rebid hearts vulnerable. 7-1 has to be in the picture here.
Definitely.
Like, particularly when you're looking at the ace, queen, jack, and dummy. The ace, queen, jack, and the 10 was led, so you know North suit is king 9 at best.
Yeah, it's not like 100% that you can just pull trumps before doing this, because there's only one known entry to dummy in that king of clubs. And so, like, it might be correct that you need to set up the hearts before doing all of this. But when the spades split, you now have a spade entry if you needed to get back over there. But it looks like we're going to get to the same 11 tricks taken at the other table. Declarer will either just play a diamond to the king, or maybe try a similar line to what Michael did, which would be to strip out the heart suit, cash the club ace, duck a diamond to North, who is getting pseudo end played.
So I think if she had cashed the ace of clubs before playing club to the king, she could actually make an overtrick here, right?
Well, she can always make an overtrick by playing a diamond to the king.
Right, but it would be easy. She could have played club rough and then a diamond to the king, diamond back, and I guess here it'll still work. So, just...
2 overs would be surprising. Like, you don't have 2 dummy entries to rough a club and a heart, stripping North's.
But if she had cashed the ace of clubs earlier, she would have, because she could have taken her pitch then, ruff the club, dime to the king, ruff a heart, exit a diamond.
Oh, I see. Specifically because North has queen double ton of diamonds. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
You're right. You're right. It probably wouldn't have occurred to me to try that line
It
of
wouldn't
play.
occur to you. It certainly would not occur to this declare.
Yeah. um, okay.
I mean, also, it also does gain when North has um, stiff ace of diamonds, I think, right? Where you're about to lose three tricks and now you compress them.
Well, no, because if you play a diamond to the king, you need that diamond entry to rough the other.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. Although, wait a second. No, I think you're right because as long as you rough the club and not the heart, North with stiff ace of diamonds could play back a heart, but then you just throw a diamond loser and then you get a rough slough.
Right.
So, yeah. Okay, hand is over though. 11 tricks made, very dull and uninteresting, and 3 diamonds appears to not be doing super hot for North on board 37 in the blue room. Looks like this might be Declare's last trick.
I think this is going to be her last trick.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. So how many could she have taken? Let's see. I mean, yeah, I think with a 4-1 diamond split, you were never in great shape because you're going to lose 3 clubs and a spade and a diamond. So I think going down 2, which maybe is 1 more than necessary, but I don't think you can ever go plus in a diamond partial.
Right.
Or at least not 3 diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, down 2 feels pretty normal. Yeah, Steph says maybe you can score 8 tricks. Like, I think to score 8 tricks, you would need to rough the 4th round of clubs with the 9 of diamonds and pick up West's trump holding for 1 loser from there.
I think the simpler route would be to rough 2 major 2 cards in hand with the low diamonds. Just take 5 dimes in your hand, ace, king, ace.
Ah, yes. 5 diamonds, ace, king, ace is also a method to do it. But how do you... Oh, you go like ace of spades, spade, use 1 hard entry to rough a spade, and use another hard entry to rough a heart. Yep. That is a sensible plan.
I mean, that obviously gives up on making the contract, but maybe making the contract was never really going to be possible.
Well, I think... Ooh. Okay, well, the green room has a bit of a difference of opinion. I think you can probably safely play on clubs trying to make the contract, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what happened. No, it's not what happened in the other room, but it's what I think a lot of people would do.
Right.
Particularly the ACU clubs could just be on side. I mean, I guess not when East doesn't lead one, but, East having overcalled some of the time will have the ace king of clubs.
Sure.
Listed right. Yeah, so.
Okay, well, anyway. 3 spades in the East. Kind of unusual, I think. Like, East only has a 5-card spade suit. I understand singleton diamond and you're white-red, but I don't really see any reason to bump partner's 2 spade raise, which is announced as weak, with just a 5-4-3-1 hand type.
Yeah, I agree. I think, again, this is a bit of an experience thing where you have the stiff diamond, so you're always willing to bid 3 spades over 3 diamonds, but the opponents haven't bid it yet. On this hand, they weren't going to. South surely was just going to be done.
Yep.
And if they do, they're not going to bid 4 diamonds over that most of the time. So you're not really, like, all you're doing is sort of giving the opponents free shot at you by bidding 3 spades here.
Yeah. Okay.
It would be very different if their suit was diamonds and she had a stiff spade, because now you do want to take away that level of information from them.
Sure. So
anyway,
so 3 spades looks like it's going to be down 1. I mean, once
so
North,
so for that reason.
Yeah, I mean, North is kind of end played here into giving Declare the club hook or setting up that queen of diamonds, and
right.
in the dummy, but he does have the spade ace.
Yeah, but then of course that makes three spades a very costly action because he was almost guaranteed to be buying the contract in two spades and he's taking exactly eight tricks.
Right. Which still would not fully have made up for the minus 200 from their teammates in the other room, but it would be a lot better than being minus 50. So.
Yeah.
So, alright. East takes 8 tricks. Not a huge swing. I mean, it's 3 extra imps for bidding on to one further level, but that will push Rosenthal over the 100 imp mark for the match. And man, I have not been able to keep up with the Blue Room's auction, so I do want to take a quick look before too many cards get played. East opened a diamond, West bid a spade, East raised to 2 spades, Debbie in the West bid 3 spades as an invite with 5. I think a lot of people might play that as just like some sort of preemptive type thing, but they're playing it invitational, and Michael was happy to raise with what looks like, I mean, he has a 14 count, so his hand, other than having 14 high card points, is not particularly great, but he does have a maximum.
It's possible they might play some kind of preemptive three spade on some auctions, but here, where both North and South have passed at least once, and South has actually had 2 chances to act and didn't, I think there's an argument for for playing this constructive. The only thing you're really losing to is North having previously passed over 1 spade, now pre-balancing to the 3 level up to the partner who passed twice. So, like how often do you really need that preemptive 3 spade in this situation?
Right.
So a very different view in the other room where Ron Smith is kind of staying true to his conservative instincts and just passing.
Oh my. So, okay, so East-West and 2 spades in the other room. I mean, Migry made a different decision than Billy Cohen at that table to double a diamond. I was going to say the play in 4 spades is actually quite interesting. Declare can afford to lose 2 trump tricks as long as she doesn't lose a heart as well. And so I would have been tempted, actually, to, rather than cross to the ace of clubs and lead a spade up, I would have been very tempted to lead the 2 of spades off dummy. If North wins this trick, our hearts are protected. And if South wins this trick, I mean, if South wins with the ace, so what? We were never really preventing that. If South wins with the queen, the spade finesse was losing anyway.
Well, if South wins with the ace, then the spade finesse is marked.
Right, yeah, that too. And so then we only have 1 spade trick. So I think it looks funny, right? Like king 4th opposite jack 10 9 5th, you would normally want to like lead the jack of spades, but I think a clever plan, just because it's imps, right? At match points I wouldn't do this, would be to like lead the 2 away from the king.
Anyway. Yeah, so meanwhile here Ron is going to make the always embarrassing 3 over tricks and 2 spades. Vulnerable, so I think he's not going to be necessarily like mentally banking the loss of a game swing, but of course, you always feel pretty bad about bringing back a plus 210.
Yeah. Yep, and there it is. North roughing with the spade queen is going to clarify the spade position, and so Ron is able to quickly claim 11 tricks.
And notice the green room is now ahead in terms of number of boards played, right? Oh.
Yep.
I think Debbie Rosenberg made a nice evaluation to invite with 2 doubletons and a reasonable 5-card suit. I think also if Michael is somewhat unlikely to be raising with a 3-card suit, I don't know that partnership's tendencies, but if he's going to have 4 most of the time, then that invite becomes a lot more attractive.
Yeah. So the way the play has gone, I mean, Debbie's going to need the heart finesse, which happens to work.
Right.
So no real loss. to the line of play that she has taken. But I think it kind of showcases that like the plan of leading a low spade from king fourth also has a lot of merits for it, because like if Debbie needed the heart finesse anyway,
Well, wait a second.
she's going to pitch a heart on the jack of diamonds. I mean, this is kind of a
Oh,
clever.
I forgot the diamond was set up. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so this is kind of like a clever extra insurance where if the 10 of diamonds falls, then she wouldn't need the heart finesse anymore. But
Right.
but now she will take the roughing hook.
Yeah, no, hadn't seen what happened in the diamond suit. All right, so that'll get her back to +1 here.
Yep. Oh, it was even for an overtrick. I didn't even
Yeah.
notice that. Aha. Fair enough. So, board 39, green room, I guess we can hop over there. Looks like the bidding's probably going to conclude fairly shortly. I mean, East, I have to imagine, is just going to blast a game with this 17
which looks
count.
like it's going to be a somewhat unfortunate down one, with West having the King of Hearts as a useful value, but otherwise a pretty unsuitable hand.
Right.
The 2 diamonds, a club, and a spade.
Ooh, okay. Different auction developing in the blue room. So while East mulls this one over, let's head back over to the blue room. So South opens a diamond, same at both tables, but then North electing to pass with just 4 high card points. East balances with double. West elects to try a no trump with her kind of balanced hand, diamond stopper, and Michael's now going to bid 2 spades to show his, like strong hand with spades and presumably hearts now that he has made this takeout double.
Yeah, so it's my style to bid on the North cards, but I think with that King third of diamonds, it means if it goes a diamond, all pass. You're probably in okay shape, so I don't really mind North pass here.
Right. Yeah, part of it kind of revolves around whether or not your partner's opening 2 clubs with like basically every hand with 21 plus, or if like some of them with a very distributional hand type like 5-5 or 6-4, they might choose to open at the 1 level to try and show both their suits. That King of Diamonds.
The layout that I'm. Also, like one partner could just have some normal hand with 4-card heart support, and you just get to your your partial immediately.
Yeah.
Like it's not always about making a game. So meanwhile, East has chosen just to treat his hand as a flat high card point type rather than showing spades. I thought that might happen too. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's very possible that Michael could try something like this as well, which I think is sensible given that his partner has bid no trump and not selected a major suit. He probably expects his partner to have length in the minors for this one no bid, and therefore, if they have a spade fit, which they do, it might be one where he's not getting any roughs.
Well, I think after that, I mean, North probably needed to lead a diamond to beat this. I think he's going plus now.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised North didn't select a diamond, which was partner's suit. So Declare has, 4 spades, 4 hearts, and a minor suit trick is going to be developed eventually.
Yeah, if the defense has started diamonds, they could get in with their spade card and cash 4 more diamonds than the ace of clubs. So a huge swing on that choice to lead a heart rather than a diamond. A 2-trick swing and a game swing.
Right. Also, though, how did they play in 2 spades in the other room? Didn't I say that East was just going to blast game?
You did say that, but that is not what actually happened.
Okay. I hear you. Is that reasonable? I mean, I would have expected them to at least play 3 spades if East found an invite.
Yeah, I think I would just blast a game as well. It would not occur to me not to invite.
Mm-hmm.
So, yet another game swing to the Rosenthal team, 2 in a row.
Yeah, that can happen against a strong team. Um,
Yeah, we'll notice both times also. They admittedly one of the games, this last one had no play in a different lead, but both times they bid a game, got lucky on one and made both, and in the other room they played the same two spade contract on both hands.
right. You unfortunately do get rewarded for bidding to games that score more points at imps. This isn't match points. So I
Right.
think maybe the Dinkin squad needs to reevaluate their stance on bidding to contracts that have a bigger upside.
Yeah, it's also, we all know this just for experience. It's very difficult to play against a team that bids game on every hand, even if a lot of those games can be beaten. It just really forces you to burn a lot of mental energy finding the right defenses, where your opponent's just always playing part scorers. Who cares if you're pitching under tricks right and left?
Yeah, of course. And this is definitely a good strategy. So, like, I know I've had conversations with you about this in the past, and many other players, that when I was playing in like a regional knockout, it's just when you're the much stronger team playing against a much weaker team, it doesn't matter what your hand is. Just keep bidding game on every board. You don't need to play part scores. The opponents are going to drop tricks. They're going to misevaluate, and you're just going to earn large swings, and you're going to easily win the match against them.
Yeah,
Rosenthal, I mean, like, very clearly is happy to just bid games. That's what you did in 0 to 10K knockout in NOLA. Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's a really, really good strategy, because you're essentially saying, well, my opponents are rated to have, let's say, 10 mistakes per set. And if those 10 mistakes come on hands where we were playing in part scores, that's not as large of a victory for us as if those mistakes come on hands where we're playing in games or even slams. So
right. You want to turn their mistakes into games, and the way that you do that is by bidding games.
right.
Yeah, I think, when Meckwell were coming up in the 80s and just winning every event they entered, that was basically their strategy. They were the first ones to figure out that, the imp scale says with these odds bid a game, and they were the first to figure out that it didn't matter what the odds were, you just bid game no matter what.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, it's a really strong strategy. Like, even if the opponents are doubling you when it's correct most of the time, you're still going to be coming out ahead imp-wise by bidding a lot of games. So, and, as we're talking about this, obviously board 40 developed in a very similar fashion in both rooms, right? North-south for the Rosenthal team, and in the green room ended up finding their spade fit and bidding to 4 spades. It looks like that contract is not going to make, it looks like it's not going to make, but they're once again, kind of taking this approach of, let's bid the thing that gives us the most positive value if it happens to make. And East-West in the other room kind of shut their opponents out. West opened a no trump. East transferred to diamonds, and after lead directing double, has ended up playing there.
I'd also like to take a moment to fully appreciate the majesty of East sequence on board 40 in the green room.
Oh, some things it's better not to see. Hold on. Let's see. I have a text box for this that I can totally pull up. Let's just put an appropriate word in there. We're gonna move this like right on top of that. Turn it on. Okay. Yep. Okay, perfect. Now we don't have to see what happened in the green room. This is excellent.
Yeah, that is.
Okay. I have always said that if you plan on raising your partner, you should do it immediately.
Yeah, obviously, like, we've all seen hands where people try to, you know, conceal something or other by taking a sequence like this. But if you're going to do that, then you have to be, three hearts at some point and not four hearts. Like,
Sure.
four hearts just turns your hand face up on the table.
Yeah.
And it says that you're trying one of these deceptive sequences all along. So it doesn't just so much, you know, not, partly it doesn't work because the opponent's got a lot of information in, but it kills the deception by telling the opponents that you had a deception type hand.
Right. Yep. 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 Yep.
Not really. A fairly ill-considered sequence all around, but she did win 4 imps for it.
Yeah.
It was 100 there, and 3 diamonds went off a trick, I believe, in the other room. Yeah, 3 diamonds was down one in the other room for a small +2. Dinkin in both rooms.
Yeah, I didn't really see how Four Hearts was doing east-west, but north-south did kind of maybe take a sacrifice in Four Spades over Four Hearts. Would I have considered bidding 1 no over 1 spade on east cards and the previous board? A heart, a spade, a no trump as like a kind of weird psych? Probably not, but now I'm considering it. I mean, now that you've brought it up.
I don't hate it, but
Yeah.
I don't hate it, but I feel like 3 or 4 hearts are just kind of normal. I feel like you just have no reason to think that you need to be doing anything odd. Like, you have basically a normal hand while you're rejecting a normal action.
Yeah, I would be a little bit worried that my side just had the stuff and that we were making game.
Then just bid 4 hearts.
Right. Yeah. No, exactly. Like, if I knew that the opponents were bidding and making 4 spades, then I think 1 no has a lot of merit as a potential psych type bid.
I suppose, but if the opponents are making 4 spades, and some of the time 4 hearts will make it hard for them to get there, even after North has shown spades.
Well, I was thinking, like, if my side has stuff, then I don't mean necessarily partner has like an 18 count over there. Like, partner just needed to have a fitting hand, right? Weren't we distributional? Didn't we have like 6-4 or 6-5 in the red
Yeah,
suits?
we had queen 10 9 6 of diamonds for king double 10 of clubs.
Yeah. But that's a good
I
point.
prefer Andrew's immediate diamond raise on this hand.
Oh, hey, welcome back, Ewan.
I've been looking.
Yes. Oh my god, we did it again. No. Hold on. Let's... We need to fix some of these things. Okay.
Yeah, well, notice how conservative North has been throughout, right? On the previous hand, they defended 3 diamonds because where Andrew overcalled, admittedly, it's a fairly terrible overcall with Jack 9 fifth, but you do have 2 aces, so they missed their spade bid because North never took a call on that hand.
Well, Debbie had opened a no trump, not a heart, at her table.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
Yeah. Jesus, we've just been talking about this. I said, please raise immediately. And look, Andrew's been listening to me. He's been watching my YouTube videos. He knows what's up. But Tracy, unfortunately, has not raised immediately. I don't think it's necessarily going to affect what happens on this board. Looks like 4 spades has been bid in both rooms.
Yeah, it's just a normal 4 spades.
Yeah. And Declare is going to
fold.
end up losing a club, a heart, and a trump.
Although again, notice that Michael just basically forced a game by himself, whereas Yoko did not. She invited.
Ah, yes. Yeah, another very good point, how Michael... Okay, I guess I need to remove this. Everyone shield your eyes. So Michael, after hearing his partner show a spade fit, was content with his 6-4, good controls, To
Well,
just
not even necessarily a spade fit, just like a weak noise saying, hey.
yeah.
Basically, Michael was willing to play a game opposite any three-card spade suit, but Yoko didn't have that information, so, each decision was pretty different in the two rooms.
Right. Yep. Yeah, did Yoko even invite? I mean, like, I think three hearts is natural here. That's the problem stuff. So her only way to show some sort of noise is three spades.
Well, she
Three
presumably
spades
doubled.
shows a very good hand here.
Yeah.
What's that?
She could have doubled too.
Yeah, she
Well,
could
doubling
double.
3 diamonds, though. Doubling 2 diamonds, I think, is much more attractive. For one thing, partner might, is more likely to have a pass on the Rosenberg auction than the Raids auction. But also, if partner bids hearts, you can preference, at a more suitable level. Here, if she doubles 3 diamonds, it goes, 4 hearts by Ron Smith, which is possible in some hands. Like now, it's now you're in this horrible position.
Yeah.
I mean, you still go back to 4 spades, but sure, I take the point. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then sometimes partner has his partner probably has a stiff spade at most, and sometimes a void. Like it's very uncomfortable. Michael, if his partner bid 3 hearts, he could bid 3 spades, maybe even 3 no trump if he's feeling frisky.
So what we're saying is North should raise diamonds immediately. Huh? Okay.
Yeah.
That would. Yeah, and Ron made quite a good decision to bid 4 spades over 3 no trump.
What happened in the blue room? I don't know. Maybe I'm just confused, but Michael didn't rough his diamond in the dummy. I mean, until after trumps were pulled, which seems very weird to me. Oh yes, Steph thought they had already found a spade fit. Yeah. Then you could have 3 hearts artificial being like the invite, but yes, it was West had not done anything. Have a good night if you are heading off to bed. I hear you've had a long day. Anyway, I was saying in the blue room, I was not convinced by Michael's line of play. But he'll come out just fine. The clubs are coming home for one loser from here.
So meanwhile, on the next hand in the green room, North-South are basically having better fitting red suits from making a slam. If you switch Migry's hearts and diamonds, they would be making 6 clubs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they would be close to making 7. They would be on a hook, right? Hook for the king of diamonds.
Right.
So...
Well, and also they need to pick up the clubs for no losers. It's only a 10-card fit.
Yep. So 1 no, transferred 2 clubs, and then a lot of people play that, like, 3 of a suit over this is going to show shortness, so we might see, like, some bid by South, whatever she does, and then 3 hearts by North showing short hearts.
Well, two spades with clubs or a range as, because her first priority is going to be to decide whether her 16-point hand is a minimum or a maximum. Right. I think she'll probably bid 3 clubs to show that she has an acceptance of a game try.
Yeah, I agree. Despite no 5-card suit, I mean, she has no jacks, which is, I think, a big deal, and she has some decent spot cards in her 4-card suits. So she does.
So now I think North will bid 3 hearts to show a singleton or void heart. South is not going to care for that information.
Right, South will just bid 3 no. I mean, despite having a known now 10-card club fit, I expect South to still look at 3 no trump as the best place to play.
I don't think they know they have a club fit yet.
Over 3 hearts, she will.
North bid... Yeah. Yeah, 3 hearts will show a real club suit and short hearts.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely at this point in the auction, we as South don't know what's going on. We have been asked a question and we have answered it. So now it is on our partner to decide what they want to do. And Andrew does elect to bid 3 hearts. alerted as now he has clubs with shortness and hearts.
The auction looks like it's not the same method in the other room, although it's not totally clear. They've just alerted rather than explained, so
Yeah.
Hard to know quite what's going on, but I'm assuming that those alerts mean that it's just a straight transfer auction.
Now, it's possible...
No, I was wrong. 2 spades was the same bid.
Yeah.
They've now gone back and corrected the information.
Yeah, this is what I've heard from Aaron is the most effective way to go about this, is to like make your bid and just put the asterisk by it to say that you're alerting so that people can get on with the auction. Especially because
I see, and then fill in the information later.
Because like Michael's probably not bidding over 2 spades.
So it looks like we're going to have exactly the same sequence in both rooms.
Yeah, I was going to say it's possible from Migry's perspective, right? Like give partner, make both of those minor suit jacks into the club queen instead, and now 5 clubs is the place that you want to play instead of 3 now. You could easily lose 5 top diamond tricks. So it's not like entirely clear that Migry knows 3-0 is the best spot to play, but she doesn't have a lot of room to investigate, right? She can't just be like, okay, I'm going to bid 4 clubs and we can still go back to 3-0 trump if I've done the wrong thing. So.
It is true, but on the other hand, she knows her partner has to have at least 3 diamonds.
Yeah.
Right, I think his most extreme shape would be 7-3-3.
Yep.
He can't, I guess he could be 3-1-2-7, and then there's some trouble. But also, where is high cards, right? She has high cards in every suit that's not diamonds. It would be a little surprising if his diamonds were also a bunch of small ones.
Right. So in the blue room, Declare has quickly come to 11 tricks. Looks like the lead was a heart into Declare's 10, and Declare just cashed out.
I think he let a club at trick 2, saw that the clubs were coming in, and claimed.
Yep. Very sensible to speed up the play. Looks like they're going to be ending a little bit early. They've got 3 boards to play and 37 minutes left in the round. There will be a short break.
Yeah, notice in this room, Ron correctly deduced what was going on in hearts from the auction and did not lead one, so that'll win his side. And Imp, at least, for not leading into the ace, queen, 10 of hearts.
Right. Yeah, I suspect Migry will just cash out her 10 tricks. But maybe she will fool around a little bit depending on the discards from the opponents. Like, it's very possible to pull off some sort of like winkle if West comes down to like stiff king of diamonds, or is that what's called a winkle? Maybe it's something else, but we'll see.
Yeah, maybe. I think possibly an inference that Debbie could have taken, but I think he just decided that despite Billy showing that he had heart strength, they still weren't going to beat the hand in any other suit. So actually, this is a little interesting. Migry has not just cashed out.
Yeah, it was safe when East threw a number of diamonds to see if something went wrong in the diamond suit. Now she does get to win the queen of spades, and it is not safe anymore to win the queen of spades and continue diamonds. Okay, so she elects to just win the spade ace. Spade to the queen in hand, and again, it's not going to be safe for her to exit a diamond from there, so she'll just have to cash the heart ace.
Well, this is her 9th trick anyway, so it's not going to cost her a game swing, at least if she misjudges what's happening.
Sure. Okay, we do have an interesting auction in the blue room developing. I guess we'll head back to the green room to see that when it takes place. But South has a strong hand, elected to open 2 clubs with his 21 count, good 6-card spade suit. Found a spade fit, gave a bit of a Q bid, 4 clubs, Not sure if that was a serious slam try. Could have been, but once North didn't cooperate in any way, he elected to just sign off in 4 spades.
Yeah, so this lead will be good for him because now he can lead a club toward the jack and pitch one of his red suit losers.
Right. Yep. So should be 12 tricks at this point. He'll pitch a heart, take the diamond finesse, and that will, maybe be a little disappointing that he could have bid a slam if they were planning on leading the king of clubs against that as well. It's an interesting question. What do you lead from Debbie's hand? She had 2 suits of king, queen, 9. One of them was 5 cards and one of them was 4 cards. I think the natural way of thinking about it is like, I should lead my longer suit because that is a trick that is more likely to go away. But okay, we get the same
trick that's
club
more
over.
likely to go away, and also, I think you're also just a little less likely to run into a position where you blow up the suit when you lead your longer one.
Yep. Yeah, it turns out here that because partners short in clubs and long in hearts, you should have led your shorter suit, but that's obviously anti-percentage, so. Similar start to the auction in the green room. We'll see how Migry and Andrew handle these 2 hands opposite each other. What is the alert on 2 diamonds? Game forcing. Oh, so maybe they play like an artificial 2 heart bid as a negative.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's going to affect things too much. I think the auction will still proceed in the same way. North, of course, is going to raise spades now. South a cubid. North has no cubid to make, and South has nothing extra.
Right. I'm curious though, because once you hear a partner open 2 clubs and then bid spades, which happens to be your best suit, it feels a little sad with ace jack 4th of trumps and some roughing value in hearts to just never show any signs of life. Maybe 3 spades is a little bit of a positive.
I think 3 spades are cards, but on Andrew's auction, he's in great shape because he's already shown he has some values, so he can be fairly confident that one partner can't take another call, that he's not missing anything.
Mm-hmm.
In the Billy Cohen room, it's a little scarier because North probably could have had a much weaker hand than she actually did.
Right, and especially if 4 clubs was a serious slam try, I would have been very tempted to bid a last train 4 hearts on the North cards.
If they have that available, of course.
Right. Okay, so Migry elects to make a non-serious slam try of 3 no trump, which I think is sensible. She's looking at a lot of losers that need to be filled in, not just both the king of hearts and king of clubs, but the jack of diamonds is a bit of a scary card too.
I thought 4 clubs must be non-serious just looking at that south hand.
Yeah, it's not a particularly good hand given the auction so far, right? You've already opened 2 clubs and showed a single suited hand in spades, so you're right that judgment-wise, I suspect 4 clubs was probably non-serious.
It's also possible that they just didn't have any agreement there, or they'd agreed to play non-serious in some auctions, but this one wasn't so clear that Billy was willing to risk making an ambiguous 3 no trump call.
Yeah. Well, Ron elects to lead neither of his king-queen combinations. He led a trump against 4 spades. And Declare is kind of proving a little bit effective about how to play the hand. Wait a second. Why did Migry win the ace of spades in dummy if this was her plan? Now we can't cross to the jack of spades, rough a club, and hope that the king-queen third falls, and then get back to dummy. Wait a second. Hold on. I guess technically now she can cash the king of spades and exit a heart, but this just feels like Really weird plan.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what she is going to do, yeah.
Okay. So Ron wins the Queen of Hearts, and he's now like end played into giving Declare the diamond finesse that was already working. So that's going to be 11 tricks, 1 imp picked up for Dinkin again. They've had a couple of these 1 imp pickups. I'm just going to scroll down to the scorecard.
Yeah, they've the number of boards they've won imps on is almost even.
Yep.
But of course, Rosenthal is just winning big swing after big swing.
That is what happens when you bid games on a lot of deals.
Yep.
So North-South in the blue room have figured that out. They elected to jump all the way up to 4 hearts pretty quickly in this auction. And how's that contract going to do? I mean...
Yeah, so they bid up to 4 hearts, but of course it's a fairly weak 7-card fit, so... they possibly learned a lesson, but not necessarily the correct lesson.
Fair enough, fair enough. It's a
some-
little hard to find...
less works.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little hard to find defensive tricks.
Well, let's see. Can they get that 9 of hearts into play here?
I don't think so. West doesn't have shortness anywhere.
Yeah, I guess they are going to play Queen of Diamonds. Diamond.
Right. So Declare can, pitch something and win in hand, unblock the Heart Queen, and then we'll have to rough a club back to hand and hope that West is the one with 3 hearts remaining, which she is.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like Declare is going to make this. Although, I mean, it's not trivial. There is still some work for Declare to do, but she's kind of going to be end played into finding the right line of play, I suspect.
Yeah. So in the other room, Andrew's...
What were you saying, Ewan?
Andrew's...
I was agreeing. There's not much choice in your line of play here, and it happens to work, so good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That does happen frequently, I would say, when you get into these really, really poor trump fits, like these 5-2 fits or 4-3 fits or something, which can happen a lot of the times if the opponent's preempt. Here, it just happened because North jumped all the way to 3 hearts, which I believe most people play as preemptive, right? Like, you have 2 hearts available to show a good hand.
I would have expected probably at least 6 hearts and not that extra side ace.
Yeah.
Over 3 diamonds in the green room. What do you bid?
Yeah, good question. I mean, I think you just bid 3 hearts. I don't see any reason to do anything else. And now Migry's probably planning on bidding 3 no trump to suggest that, she's game forcing and she doesn't have like a great diamond stopper of her own, but she has the suit stopped and there it is. And so it's basically going to be offering to Andrew, like, where do you think we should be? I've made this takeout double. I've game forced with 3 diamonds. I have a diamond stopper. I obviously don't have excellent heart support or I would have raised you.
Right, and he's going to pass that, I think.
That's not clear to me, but I suspect so.
Yeah, so I think when you bid 3 hearts, it's your first chance to show the 5th heart, and it's forcing, so that call is kind of mandatory. And now he has shown a 5th heart, and Migry has said, I'm still not sure about heart, so he just has no reason to overrule it with these 2 side jacks.
Yeah, I think the big...
he's given a very good description of his hand at this point.
Yeah, I think the big factor for me is this jack third of diamonds could actually be working in no trump. If he had like small doubleton diamond instead, he might have preferenced 4 hearts to 3 no. Mm-hmm. Even suspecting that they might be in a 5-2, just because Migry's auction has basically showed doubt about no trump.
Right, because you could have bid 3 no trump directly instead of stopping off to bid 3 diamonds.
Right.
Right, the 10 of diamonds is really pulling a lot of weight here.
Yeah. Yeah, so diamond around, Yoko tries the 9. I mean, not that unreasonable to hope that Ron actually had the 10, but he does not today. And, I mean, Migry is just playing the hand double dummy. She knows from the opening bid where all of the high cards are. So she had no qualms about, like, crossing to dummy, blocking the club suit, and taking the spade finesse. I mean, she's just playing rather quickly from here.
Yeah, so I think with the 9 of spades dropping from Ron's hand, she's going to take probably all the trick, I think.
It's okay. After that heart pitch, I think West is going to get squeezed, maybe, depending on how the defense goes. So Migry, upon seeing the 5-1 club split, of course plays East for the spade length. Otherwise, I think if East had followed to that second club, she was going to lead a low spade off dummy, hoping that East had King Doubleton to pick up 4 spade tricks that way.
So Yoko has declined to cover the 10 of spades, but does cover the last small spade that came off, or the 8 of spades.
Yeah.
Not that anything really mattered.
Thank you for drawing attention to that. I was just going to overlook it, but here we are. Yeah, so I was thinking, like, Migry could duck a heart right now, and if Yoko won and put a diamond back, then West gets squeezed on the ace of diamonds, kind of like a suicide squeeze. But Migry has elected to... Okay, she cashes another club first, and now she is ducking a heart. So East can win this and play back a heart, which would sever Declare's communications for the squeeze, but yeah, this diamond return is a suicide squeeze.
Squeezes her partner.
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't feel great when that happens, but it was only costing an overtrick, 1 imp. So that's going to be 2 to Rosenthal. In the blue room, we, wow. We once again see the effectiveness of players just deciding to bid game for the Rosenthal team. I haven't yet figured out if this 3-no trump makes, but it looks pretty good given that the king of diamonds is on side. Declare appears to have a heart entry to dummy to try the diamond finesse. That's going to work, and she will end up with, well, 10 tricks, I suppose. Wow, East must have a huge diamond fid. Now that I'm seeing the full hands in the green room. Okay, let's see how this auction develops. So club, a spade, and no trump. We had a similar start to the auction in the other room. And you'll note that Ron has this, like, amazing 18 count, but he feels very uncomfortable putting a double on the table. If we were able to, like, double and then bid 1 no trump, I think everyone would do that. But we don't get to do that. We get to double, and then by the time it's back to us, it's going to be at least 2 no trump that we would have to bid to show the hand. So we catch the 2 spade raise from north. And this was a spot where Michael made a negative double.
Really a responsive double since his partner was an overcaller, but a takeout double.
Sure, but mostly showing some heart. So Yoko, on her hand, elects to pass. It's only a 5 count, but...
Yeah, the spade void is very scary because partner could even have 5 spades here, right?
Mm-hmm. Well...
Of course, Ron, sitting west, has no reason to take another call. So here they are, once again, in a two-spade contract, this time not even on offense, where their counterparts are bidding and making a red game.
Right. Right. Although, looking at the heart suit, I didn't even notice that the way the play had gone in the blue room, Declare was able to manufacture a heart entry to dummy, but that's only because North hopped up with the ace of hearts on the first round of the suit. In reality, Declare doesn't actually have a heart entry, so maybe 3 no trump can be beaten on better defense.
I don't think so. Yeah, maybe. I think like you can use diamond if you don't get to take the diamond defense. You can use diamond as entries to take a third heart, but north south spades will be set up by that time.
Right.
So
Yeah,
meanwhile, in the
2 spades, a heart, a club, and 4 diamonds is only 8.
Right.
well, you can take a third heart, but just not in time, probably. Oh, sorry, 2 hearts, right. So. Yeah, so it does seem like, if nothing else, that north-south could have made it a little harder for Debbie.
I mean, I think double dummy Declare can make it.
Yeah, once again, just bid game on every hand and, let them find their tricks.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that is the end of the segment. Okay,
I don't think so. You knock out 1 spade stopper, you win the second heart. You knock out the second spade stopper. Now dummy,
that's what I think too.
Dummy at some point, and then your spades are good.
Oh, yeah, well, that's a simple plan. I was thinking if North never touched spades and didn't give Declare a second spade trick, but you're right. That's a very simple method. So, okay, well, Rosenthal's up 102 imps after 45 boards of play. So Dinkin has a lot of work to do. Looks like Rosenthal, no matter what lineup they sit, has picked up large chunks in all 3 segments so far. There is a bit of a break. Let's see what the timer is on that. Oh, I'm probably going to have to click on this. Ugh. Well, it says round 17 minutes. But both tables are done. I suspect they will compare and get underway before the 17-minute timer, plus the 15-minute break timer runs out. So we have a little time to kill. I did save a Zenith that I could play. Maybe I will.
The one thing that I would like to do is take a quick look at that 2 diamonds doubled from the very first set that Aaron said could have been down 7.
Oh, yeah, I pulled up the hand very quickly when I started up the stream. But
I believe down 7 is correct. East has to play a low diamond at some stage.
What Aaron said is correct. That feels wildly incorrect to me. Because Declare must be able to collect 2 hearts and a trump trick.
So the double dummy solver says...
Spade, club. If you don't cover the queen of clubs, you're in better shape.
Does it matter?
Oh, you're right. King of clubs is the down 7 card.
Spade, spade.
So queen of clubs was next, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I mean,
so
on the 3rd round of
that
spades, Declare should be roughing in with like the 6 or 7. Like, I don't like clicking the double dummy solver button, but I mean, it feels to me like we can just rough with the 6 or 7 of diamonds here and do quite well for ourselves. I don't know, quite well is an exaggeration, but do fine for ourselves, right? We don't want to let the opponents just cash a bunch of tricks because then they start discarding things. So, yeah, this...
Right, but after the 8 of clubs was tossed on this, now the queen of clubs, I think, was available down 7.
Yeah, absolutely. Because Declare should not cover this. I don't see any reason why Declare would play the king here. Like, you know the ace of clubs is off when this happens. So I think this just makes the defense a little easier. But yeah, now jack of clubs pitching a heart, 9 of clubs pitching a heart, and a heart exit, east ruffs. It seems pretty automatic to me to put the 10 of diamonds through, but I don't know. I mean, so Amber plays the king of spades. I don't really understand the king of spades. If I wasn't switching to the 10 of diamonds, I would switch to the king of diamonds. We definitely want to pull trumps. I don't really get the playing spades at this point. But king of spades gets ruffed, and now Declare is pretty comfortable. Can just play a club winner. Oh, we didn't even ruff on the club winner. Maybe it doesn't matter at this point. Now heart. Wait, a heart to the queen also won? I suppose maybe it once again didn't matter. So down 4. Wow. Yeah, big miss defensively, I think. Also big miss by Declare, giving the opponents the opportunity to collect that large penalty. Okay. I
think one of the commentators suggested that when 2 diamonds double got passed, someone should run, but it's not clear to me who.
We want to look at the auction as well. That's probably a fair question. So East opens a spade. That looks about right to me. South made a takeout double. I mean, I don't hate the takeout double. It seems pretty normal. West redoubled. Very nice bid. You know, spade shortness has a bunch of cards. Pass. And yeah, this was something I think I mentioned when I was first looking at this, is that, like, as North, I honestly might have bid 2 clubs, which wouldn't have been great, but that would have probably been my choice with a 4-card suit. But I think it's sensible to pass. You know, if your partner bids 2 clubs, you're happy. If your partner doesn't bid 2 clubs, then you avoided playing a 4-3 club fit with a weak 4-card trump suit. So South elects to balance in with 2 diamonds. Pass, pass, double. Interesting. I believe I've said in the past that most people would play Chris's double as takeout, and therefore Amber's double as takeout in this position.
I think once West redoubles, all of his doubles are penalties at that point, despite the low level. That's what redouble says.
Okay. Well, I mean, in that case, then Chris didn't have a takeout double available. And therefore Amber also doesn't have a takeout double available. Your doubles in these spots have to be the same for both partners.
Yeah, so redouble says we're going to punish them for making the takeout double, so everything after that is penalties. So I think Amber missed a pretty clear inference, which cost her a bunch of under tricks. So at the point when she got in with a 5 of diamonds, as you say, she should have shifted to a trump there. And I think she has to know that Chris has probably the ace of diamonds, even though he's turned up with these aces. Obviously his hand was a little light, but Chris passed the double of 2 diamonds. First he redoubled, showing that he had a misfit for spades, so that implies length in the other suits. And he also passed the double of 2 diamonds, which I think he wouldn't do if he had a small doubleton. Maybe he would, but I think he would, probably not take that action. So I think, even though she obviously wanted to protect her king, queen of diamonds, I think she should know that that wasn't necessary.
Well, I think I have a very, very strong reason why partner must have the diamond ace, and that's that he didn't lead a trump at trick 1.
Interesting. That's also a very good inference.
Yeah, like normally when you make these, or you're doubling the opponents at low levels, like a trump lead is automatic. And so the fact that Chris did not lead trumps at trick 1 has to indicate that he has some very, very scary trump holding to lead from, and like small singleton or even small doubleton would not be that. So.
If he had led
Yeah, if he
ace,
had let us-
ace and a trump, so they take 3 rounds of diamonds and play the queen of clubs. Okay, declare it doesn't cover. Now a spade to the ace, ace of clubs, jack of clubs. Amber can throw both hearts, and that's declare's last trump. So isn't that down 7?
No. The king of clubs is a stopper.
You get a club trick as well. Okay.
Well, it's even better
and-
because now you're not getting tapped as declare either. So like 3 rounds of diamonds,
Right.
queen of clubs, declare's hearts are all set up.
Yeah, now you can draw the last trump and take 4 heart tricks. You actually have 6 tricks.
But hang on. So queen of clubs, are you covering it?
It doesn't really matter.
So if you're not covering it, spade to the ace, ace of clubs, Amber throws a heart,
Yeah.
and now I guess you have to play more spades at that point. You're right.
Yeah,
It's king of
yeah.
clubs.
I mean,
Yeah.
the defense can still do fairly well after ace of diamonds, king, queen of diamonds, club switch. You're absolutely right that like the ace of diamonds would have worked out just fine. It's, but yes, I think for a lot of reasons, like the only reason Chris did not lead a trump is because he has the diamond ace, and you should be able to work that out on defense.
Yeah, and I think Amber, like, if Chris had led a singleton spade, then that inference might not be quite as strong, but Amber knows he didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Well, geez, this first quarter scoreboard looks depressing. I mean, very few of the swings were particularly large, but these 3, 4, and 5 imp losses do add up. You can...
Yeah, there's...
I guess I was going to say you can kind of see a little bit of people being a bit aggressive on some games, but that was actually for the Dinkin squad in the first segment. Dinkin bid 2 games that were not bid at the other table, both of which went down and both of which were small part score swings.
Let's say you get another quarter like this one, and you're down by 120 going into tomorrow. How many sets do you have to play, and how good does it have to be to not concede?
I believe they're going to play the first 2 no matter what the score is, but if they're down by, if they're down by even as many as 120 with 2 segments to go, they'll probably play, but I think if it's 150 with 2 to play, they'll withdraw.
Yeah, some of it depends on the sponsors. So if you are on a sponsored team, it's entirely up to whether or not your sponsor wants to continue playing in general. Sometimes the sponsor will come ask you, they'll be like, hey, look, especially with sponsors that are unfamiliar with playing in some of these high-level events. Now, obviously, Rosenthal and Dinkin are not. But, like, for example, when I was first playing with McAllister, he would ask me sometimes and be like, hey, I don't know what proper procedure is in this spot, but like we're either like down by 100 or we're up by 100. Like, what's the deal? Do you think the opponents are going to concede? Should we concede? All of that sort of stuff.
That's interesting. Do you ever think the opponents are mad that you're continuing to play? That seems weird.
Absolutely. I mean,
absolutely.
It depends on the level of the event. But so for like the USBCs, I wouldn't be that upset if an opponent just continued to play the entire time. Like how much were we up against Hammond going into the 8th segment? Were we up like over 100? I forget what it was.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't that. It was some some number we were comfortable, but it wasn't like an absolutely insurmountable lead.
I remember being told that like any other team in the event would have conceded in the 8th segment, but
I think it was more like 70 or so.
Yeah, it's still a lot. But yeah, so like Hammond didn't concede, and I mean that's just like his style. He likes to play all of the boards, and he likes to try and make a comeback if he can.
I can take a look here. So I think one other thing is this is the very last segment. So, I think if there were a match tomorrow, if the losing team, like as yesterday, they might have been a little grumpy if they were forced to play when their opponents were in a hopeless position, given they could use the rest before another tough day of play. Here, if it gets to segment 6 tomorrow, it's a little, I think, more socially acceptable to insist on playing because fatigue doesn't really matter anymore. You're going home the next day, regardless of whether you win or lose.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, I would say the only time that I was upset had nothing to do with like the opponents deciding to continue playing. It was in Gatlinburg at a regional. I forget who I was playing with. I don't think this was with you, Craig, but it could have been. We played the first 12 boards of the 24 board match, and we were ahead 69-0 after 12 boards. And I mean, look, our opponents are more than welcome to continue playing. They paid their entry fee, right? That's what a lot of players want to do in these events. They show up to play. But the opponents spent 35 minutes debating whether or not they wanted to play. And so it was just like cutting into our dinner break. We didn't get any time off after the match, or we thought we weren't going to, because we expected them to come back and be like, yep, we'll play. And no, they did eventually concede, but I mean, they spent 35 minutes deliberating about it. I called the director twice during the time period.
That would be absolutely homicidal.
Yeah, okay, so it probably wasn't with you, because I don't remember you, like, losing your mind.
You don't remember any homicides?
No. But, yeah. Alright, 18-minute break.
Completely non-bridge news. I got elected to the school board yesterday, and I'm going after dinner tonight to celebrate. So I will see you guys. Thank you for this.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
All right.
Congratulations.
I think it's congratulations. We'll find out, I guess.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck. But have a good evening.
So I found the bracket for that event. So let's see here.
The bracket for that event.
For the 2015 USBC. No, I see a page that says 2015 USBC results, but it's not actually there. I was trying to actually see what the match score was.
Oh, in our match, it was on VuGraph. You could check. But some of the last segments were not on VuGraph because we were ahead too much, right?
So we were ahead by 5 after the first day, and so let's see. And we won by 62 and only picked up 3 imps in the last set, so it was 59 with 1 set to go. I was more or less in the right ballpark there. So 59 with 1 set to go, I think it's normal to play. Particularly if they thought they were the better team, and like obviously they did, possibly even correctly.
Didn't they win 0 segments?
I think that could be right. Let me I closed that, but let's see here.
It's hard to make a case for your side being the better team if you had seating rights in 4 segments of play and won 0 of them.
So let's see. They did not win any segments on day 2. Let's see about day 1. No, they won the second segment by 1 imp and the 4th segment by 8 imps.
Oh,
when I say they won the 3rd segment by 3 imps.
Whoa! How did this happen?
That's actually...
Were we sitting out all 3 segments? No, I don't
that
think
seems
so.
Unlikely.
Yeah.
But I think if you're up by 60 with 15 boards to play, maybe withdraw on some teams would, but I think it would be abnormal.
15-minute break. Okay. I could play a super speedy Zenith.
Alright, I'm gonna step away just for a minute here.
Sure. Okay, I will deafen. Alright, whoops, what did I do? I've clicked down. 15 minutes. Let me... Sure, why not? I will pull it up in a separate window. and keep an eye on when the play starts so that we can jump back over, but this will just be to entertain you all, the masses, who's still hanging out. Swap over here. Oh, look at that. I still have my US trials on break 10 minutes sort of thing happening. Okay. Yes, we still have a 15-minute break, so I will try and play through hands fairly quickly. Not going to discuss too much about what I'm doing. But probably going to talk out loud a little bit. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds. I think the robots play 2 spades. Oh, they don't. Why did I think 2 spades? Oh, 1 no, 2 clubs, 2 hearts, 2 spades is invite with 4. Fair enough. 2 no, 3 no. We get a spade lead regardless. Not a great contract. 4, 3, 10. I have no idea how I want to play the spade suit. I'm tempted to like cross to dummy and lead a spade to the 9. 4, 3, 10. Rip. Could have picked off that 10-9 doubleton of clubs over there. East forgot to lead from king 5th of hearts. Reasonable. Oh, king 4th. Okay, down 1. East just leads a doubleton spade instead of king 4th of hearts. Balance 6 count, typical robot bridge. 1 no, all pass. I will lead 4th from my longest and strongest. 10 of clubs. I wonder if I wasn't supposed to duck that trick. I have appeared to become end played into leading diamonds. That's okay, both diamonds were on side. 120. Not too bad. Heart, a spade, 2 hearts. I am not declaring very many hands today. 5 of spades lead. This is where we give count, right? Heart, a spade, 2 hearts. I will give count. Declare unblocking the spade suit. Ace of hearts, king of hearts. I think I'm going to play the 10. I suspect a strong expert partner where it looks like my partner has queen 3rd. Would have been able to work out the heart position. Declare would have taken a heart finesse if they had ace, king, jack. So this is a spot where I wouldn't be playing high from my touching honors. How many tricks is Declare taking here? They have 4 spades, 5 hearts, a diamond. So maybe we get a trick if we have the club ace. And the diamond. Queen. There's the diamond queen. Alright, 170. Not too bad. Could have done better if partner had not let a spade at trick 1. I guess a low club would be hard to find. Wow, I'm really not picking up very many points on these boards. We're just defending every hand. This would not be very good Brady bot perspective to follow only one player. Heart, spade, and no trump, 2 clubs, 2 spades, 4 spades. Great. I think I may lead a diamond. Wow, 3 card spade support over here. King of hearts. Uh-oh. I suppose I was supposed to lead a club. Ooh, this is kind of gross. Could be right to tap dummy, but I mean, declare cashing a second round of diamonds makes me believe that's not true. I guess I need to switch to clubs. Roughs with the ace of spades. That's probably not good news for us. Sounds like I've set up Declare's entire diamond suit. Yep. $6.20. All right, board 5. Club. Guess I'll double, get the majors in the picture. A heart, 2 spades. Okay, partner is a passed hand. Take out double, 3 clubs. I mean, like, I'm tempted to do this. It's a little crazy. We might be in a 4-3 fit red. Well, I appear to have 2 spade losers. It looks like East has Queen 10-9 fourth or something for this double. East has club length. I'm worried this means the heart king is offside. I was kind of banking on this ace queen of hearts being useful values on offense. Sad that we aren't defending 3 clubs doubled, but I was fairly certain that partner had club length and would never have been 3 spades on their hand. I mean, if the hard hook works, we're not in terrible shape. We might lose a... I mean, we will lose a club and a diamond and at least 2 trumps. But we could probably cross-ruff a few things from there. I mean, if I play the Queen of Hearts and it goes poorly, I think we're going to end up down $1 million. Is minus 200 an okay result? Probably not. Okay, let's go down $1 million. Excuse me? Hearts are 6-1. Okay. And clubs. East couldn't find a high club lead. Oh my. I guess if I pitch here, I'm down 1. Is there any way to make this? No. Alright. You can rough. Play a heart. Maybe I need to be a little careful. But I think ace of spades, spade, club hook looks good. Uh-oh. Down 2. West had the diamond ace as well? Jeez. What was this double of 3 spades by East? Double of 3 spades is insane. What are they doing? They are so lucky that I had no play for this contract. Gross. I wonder if 3 clubs doubled is going to make at some tables. Okay, the play has not started. They still appear to have 3 minutes on break, so we can't end on that hand. Let's try and get ourselves in more trouble with a Michael's bid here. I was unable to get in more trouble. Spade, 2 spades, 3 spades, just competitive raise. We'll lead the king of hearts. King, 6, 9, 4. 9, notably, our robot partner will play high from a doubleton here. Huh. I mean, it could be right to do any number of things. I think I'm just going to continue heart, though. Cut down on the ability for dummy to score natural heart tricks. Like, I don't know what East's hand is. East could have very long spades, in which case partner isn't really, like, getting their hearts or their spade suit compromised. Or maybe spades are like 5-5-3-0 around and East just has a bunch of values, in which case I suspect switching to a different suit is not going to be particularly productive either. Well, Jack of spades to the queen makes me suspect that East is not worried about the trump position. Sounds like East has the rest. They have a bunch of good diamonds. Yeah. All right, 620. Looks like it didn't matter what I did. Well, it looks like it kind of mattered. I mean, I needed to cash the second heart at some point before Declare pitched it on the club ace, but we had plenty of time to do so. 1 minute left. They still haven't started play, so I will finish up one more hand. Diamond, a heart, a spade. I'm just defending every board. 50, 120, 170, 620, 500, 620. Well, 500 was probably my fault for bidding 3 spades, but that's fine. 3-0, all pass. I will lead partner suit. 5-9, queen, ace. Spade to the ace. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. What? I don't know what to do here. I'm gonna play a club. If Declare wins this, I'm conceding. Okay. There we go. Congratulations, Declare. You got all the rest of the tricks. 6:30. All right. Let's jump back over to the match where we have just started. I will unmute myself on Discord. There we go. Maybe we'll head back to the Zenith afterwards. But here is the fourth segment of play. Hey, how's it going? Okay, I was...
mute myself as well.
Yeah, I was thinking of following someone. And... let's follow... You want to follow Migry?
Sure.
Okay, I will wait until the second hand since we've already seen all 4 hands on board 1. But yeah, after this, I think I will jump into single player perspective from Migry, and we can think about her decisions as she plays this set. So in the blue room, I mean, we have the typical Sam Dinkin system. Sam opens 1 club with basically every hand, and North bid 1 diamond, artificial game force. We'll have to see how that hand pans out, but similarly, in the green room, Migry not playing this like artificial one club opener, elects to open her 10 count regardless. Ace and 2 kings, 4 card spade suit. Yeah. Diamond heart a spade. She announces it's usually unbalanced. Pretty popular treatment that you just bypass a spade and rebid a no trump with all your balanced hands. Makes it a lot harder for the defense to always lead spades against that contract. And
yeah, so North makes a 4-2 game forcing bid. Migry patterns out, so Andrew's going to know that his hand is not fitting particularly well since she's showing a singleton or void heart.
Right. Yeah, so interesting choice. He elects to just bid 3-0, and it's not that crazy, but I think something that you had mentioned earlier where, like, if we were playing in 4 hearts, like, imagine he was in a 6-1 fit. Obviously, we know he's not. But if he was in a 6-1 fit, his long heart suit would always be taking tricks, whereas in no trump, he just might not have enough entries to set it up. But we get a club lead. I mean, it is the 4th suit. I guess it's the 5th suit, because South actually showed clubs pseudo-naturally on this hand. But yeah, East wins a club. So how is 3-0
in
going
this
to do?
position. Oh. And the diamonds obviously lie well, so that's gonna give Declare a chance to take a decent number of tricks, although there's no entry to that suit after they're set up.
I mean, there's no entry to this suit to even take a hook, right? If we play a spade to the king, West can win.
True. Yeah.
So, I mean, I suspect that... I wonder if Declare is going to try and set up his heart suit. He can guess, Jack third or King third of hearts to lose only 2 tricks there. It's not a very good contract, I'll put it that way.
Yeah, and he might just try to lead a spade now and hope for a miracle in that suit. Nope, he is playing on diamonds.
Like, it's not that crazy to set up the diamond suit in a vacuum, but I don't feel as if you're going to have enough tricks, even if you collect 4 diamonds, which he will here.
Mm.
Like 4 diamonds plus 2 clubs plus a spade plus a heart is 8, and that's only if everything goes well in the black suits for you.
Yes, this hand of diamonds dropping will at least give him a little cause for optimism.
Yeah, so he is going to be able to set up the diamond suit. Billy Cohen's on lead, and that's a little bit awkward defensively, because obviously he doesn't want to lead spades. He doesn't want to lead clubs. That's going to set up the king of clubs and dummy. So he's going to have to switch to a heart, which will give Andrew the ability to take a heart hook. But I'm not sure, as Andrew, I would be all that thrilled about this heart switch, because if West was looking at a hand that didn't include one of the black aces, West probably would have switched to that suit. So he might believe that this heart switch is just means that both black aces are offside, which they are. Well, we get to the same contract in both rooms. So Olivia now going to be at the helm, declaring 3 no trump on her cards after asking a little bit about South shape. It is nice in these kind of relay systems that you don't reveal declare's distribution some of the time. So at least they've kind of right-sided it.
So I think a very small point of interest here. It's pretty standard, particularly in these mixed events, but just in general, for teams to want their sponsor to sit on the same seat as the opposing team sponsor. But here, either Rosenthal or Dinkin has chosen not to go that way.
Right. Yeah, and so that could be based on who has seating rights, or maybe it just didn't occur to them to think about that sort of thing.
Yeah, but the idea is you want the sponsors to be facing the same decisions in each room to avoid, to avoid too many adverse swings by whatever they do.
Right. Well, an unfriendly contract at both tables, definitely going to be going down at least 1 trick, as despite Migry getting this friendly heart return, she still has no way back to the south hand to cash those diamonds. And
I think Andrew's playing it, but yes.
Oh, yes, you're right. Andrew now. Okay, Ewan says that on the opening lead chosen in the blue room, Olivia can make it. That sounds correct now, given that there is an entry to the south hand.
Well, and a spade finesse.
Right, she has 3 spade tricks, 4 diamonds, a club, and a heart if she can get to all of them.
Yeah, she still has to be pretty careful, because obviously we can see all this, but her entry position is still going to feel pretty tenuous.
Yeah, and I think she needs
around the diamonds.
Yeah, she needs to hook the 9 of spades, right? That is her 9th trick. So,
well, I think she was also worried that if she played through rounds of diamonds, they could just exit a spade to dummy, and dummy would be forced to lead away from the king of clubs at a late stage of the play.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, because you can exit to dummy twice, right?
Right.
Yeah. Now, as it turns out, Debbie doesn't have another spade, so Debbie wasn't actually able to perform this end play, and so the
But I
contract
think
would have
Olivia made this.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I think when she made that club play, that was certainly what she was trying to protect against.
sure. Um, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it's not as if DeClaire knows that just 3 rounds of diamonds is going to guarantee the contract, even if the diamonds come home. So very reasonable for her to try playing on the club suit.
Ooh, this does not look best.
Is she making this now if she goes diamond, diamond, diamond? I guess the answer is no. Oh, wait. I was going to say the answer is no, because despite the club suit blockage, the defense can cut her off from taking the spade hook. And if she took the spade hook earlier, then the defense could cut her off from the entire diamond suit. So, yeah, it's looking like
Yeah, I think she.
everything.
I think she just cleared the diamonds there. She was going to be okay. Just give up on the hearts entirely.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, she would have enough tricks, but she doesn't have the entries to take all of them. But yes, it would have been a little bit of a stronger plan, I think. Well, 3-0 went down 3 in the other room.
Yeah, I think double dummy she would have been okay because
Really?
Because Michael, yeah, he played 3 rounds of diamonds. Now Debbie is down to only hearts and clubs. She can't play a heart because that gives her the heart finesse, so she plays a club. But Michael is down to stiff 8 of clubs, so he wins, and he's down to just major suit cards.
Right, but then he plays a heart, and so.
And now she gets the ace queen of hearts and still gets to take the spade finesse.
Oh, you mean not cashing the ace of hearts? Oh.
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, so she did have an ability to make this.
Alright, so I have switched to Migry only mode, but of course I missed the early play in.
Oh geez, man, I've screwed up. No, I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, we're here now. Well, let's start next hand then. Since we're like midway through. But yes, I'm back to one table. Let me rearrange my screen a little bit so that everything is in a friendlier place. There we go. Chat can move over to the left. And we will start from board 48. 48. Migry's playing too quickly. This is the problem. They're defending 4 spades. And Migry appears to have 2 natural trump tricks as well as the 2 tricks that they've already collected. So this is just going to be a calm down 1 from here, apparently. I did miss the early play. But now I'm clicking on the kibitzing button. So we're at an even 100 imps after Dinkin has picked up 2 for doing slightly better in the disastrous 3 no trump contract on the first board. Looks like in 4 spades, DeClaire had a club, a heart, and a trump to lose. I think DeClaire could have made it unless I missed something. The club ace was on side, and the spade queen was on side. But we'll see when we get a comparison in the other room. All right. Board 48. Here we go, Migry. Team Migry, let's go. We have a 12 count. 4th seat. This is really not the kind of hand that you want to pick up in 4th seat, because you expect that someone's going to do something ahead of you. And I guess if it's your partner, that's fine. But if it's the opponent's, you're very infrequently going to have a way to show your values.
Yeah, and here at least the king, queen of diamonds are looking a little better than they were.
Yep. So diamond to heart. We'll see what our partner does. But I think I had talked about before, some of these common auctions that you might see. You want to have a plan when your partner rebids a no trump. You want to have a plan when your partner rebids a spade. You want to have a plan when your partner rebids like 2 diamonds, for example. So Migry's probably thinking about all that stuff. She already has come up with a plan over a no trump, most likely, and should bid fairly quickly here, whether that's to bid 2 no, or whether that's to bid 3 no, or something else. We'll see what she does.
Yeah, it's also possible that their 2 no is artificial and she has to start with a 2 club or 2 diamond bid to actually show her no trump hand.
Right. Okay, so she bids 3 no trump.
Just takes the simple route.
And this would not be our choice if we were playing opposite a no trump opener from, or a no trump, weak no trump from either one of us. We might just pass. No, probably not that, but I think just simply inviting would be about right.
Yeah, for the opposite a non-vulnerable 1 diamond opener, 1 no rebid, I would not feel comfortable bidding a game.
Right. I am going to wait because I proved yesterday that when Declare plays to trick 1, North's hand magically gets revealed and we can look at the single dummy problem as opposed to double dummy. So I will wait for Andrew, and I think Billy also has to play to trick 1, but when both of them play cards...
Is there a way to see Andrew's hand
before?
Sooner?
Not that I've figured out, but here we are. So King of Spades played at trick 1, and... Interesting. Yeah, so Andrew's looking at the hand, and I'm not convinced continuing spades is the right plan.
I feel like, I don't know, a natural line of play, I would think, because this is very revealing to the opponent even before he plays a spade trick 2. Play a low spade off the board, win probably the jack in your hand, but maybe the 10, depending on what happens. Lead a diamond to the board, play a club to the jack, and now East is in and doesn't really know about the heart situation, so... who knows? Maybe that, gives the opponents a lot of chances to do some signaling. I don't know.
Yeah, well, so before I answer that, so Lapras asks, we only see Declare's hand when it's Declare's turn on turn 1. No. Migry was dummy here. So because we were kibitzing Migry, who happened to be dummy, we didn't get to see anything until both South, so North is declaring. So he had to call for a card from dummy or play from dummy at trick 1. And Billy had to play a card at trick 1 before we could see both hands, which is a little sad. But I think I would rather do this than just spend a lot of time jumping back and forth and looking at all 4 hands. This is a bit of a different perspective that I feel is not really covered all that often in these events. And so we get to see this kind of fun little secondary choice. But what I was going to say is if Declare wins the King of Spades, right, he could take 4 tricks in both minors and just make his contract. So a line of play like club to the jack at trick 2 and hope that the clubs are 3-3 with the queen on side, then unblock the diamonds, club to the king, and cash out.
Or clubs 4-2 with queen doubleton on side.
Right.
That would also be just fine.
Yeah, because in this position, he is giving the opponents the chance to cash 4 hearts and the ace of spades, which I think is almost 100% possible on their hands, although they might not realize it. Looks like East hasn't realized it.
Yeah, meanwhile, East...
and he gives another chance. Now, I think this is very poor. I would absolutely have... unblock the diamonds and played a club to the jack. I think the fact that East has not worked out the right defense, that tends to mean that, oh my god. Well, now he's just going to cash his 9 top winners. But I was going to say that most of the time when a defender doesn't find the right plan, it's because they're not looking at enough of the high cards. So there's a strong indication that Billy might have the club queen.
Yeah, so now he has 4 diamonds and the ace king of clubs for 9, so...
Yep.
So I think he is not going to do anything other than cash them. But man, what a missed opportunity by the Dinkin team to get back on the board here.
Right.
And obviously when you're playing against a team that's beating you by 100 imps, if they're gonna hand you 10 imps, you really need to sit back and accept them.
Yeah. Well, I'm not convinced that they won't be in 3-0 at the other table, but you're right that this could have
Right,
been
but if they're in 3-0 going down, they're going to lose 10 imps instead of pushing the board.
Sure. Yep.
Whichever way it is, it's a very costly error.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's a second consideration for why. What was I going to say? I think there's a second consideration for why Declare should get the club guess right as well, which is that West elected to pitch diamonds instead of clubs on the spades. But yeah, East is going to show out on this trick. So clubs were 4-2 originally, which, once spades go 5-1, you kind of expect that clubs might not be breaking. But I still think it's probably the better line of play.
There might have been some blockage in the heart suit that would stop them from beating the hand, but
yeah, well, we're about to see, and there was not. Like, even if East switched to a low heart from ace 10 third, it would go heart to the king, heart back to the queen and ace, and then 10 of hearts overtaking.
Yeah.
So, yeah, big miss by... I guess both North and East at certain points in the play there, but Declare does end up collecting his game.
It sounds like Migry has called the director to find out if East can be relegated, is my guess.
Wait, what?
I'm joking. So Migry called the director, and I was joking that it was because East was being demoted to the minors.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, V8, welcome. We are checking out our girl in the south, Migry. Does she still have the best hair in this event?
Almost certainly. I mean, Billy Cohen is a strong contender in that department, though.
Yeah. Alright, we don't get to find out about the director call. Maybe the one positive about watching stuff on VuGraph, where the VuGraph operator sitting in the room can frequently tell us what's going on.
Get a little color commentary.
You need proof of best hair? Well, you can probably look her up. Migry Campanile. Let's see if I can find a good picture. Do. Here we go.
So I'm pasting in, this is Billy Cohen's official WBF profile pic, if I can. Why can I not paste this in?
Yeah, Migry has nice curly red hair. Why can you not paste this in? Is it it's a link that you're trying to post?
It was,
in chat.
Oh my god, alright, that's horrible. Yeah, of course, the WBF site being totally useless.
Oh, you're right. The photo that I pulled must have been from Sydney, right? That was, yeah, that makes sense. So Migry once again has managed to become dummy herself. And Andrew is at the helm of one spade. Fairly... Okay, so for comparison, we got Billy Cohen here. Also wonderful, luscious long hair.
Yeah, I just pasted his WBF link into the site. I would say also Migry Her hair is dyed in a couple of different shades of red, and I feel like that's, you know, uh, it, it's cheating a little bit.
Okay, fair point. Lafayette asks, should North have opened? I mean, I open all 11s, so yes, I would have. But stylistically, I think this pair does not. We saw Migry forced a game on the 12 count with South on the previous board. And so if you're opening this 11 count, then you just, you can't really be game forcing those 12s. You had no idea.
Yeah, and in fact, they had to force a game on. It wasn't even a particularly good 12.
Yeah. There are some bridge players with wonderful hair. I mean, I was always a fan of the J-Law scruffy look. But that's just me. I didn't really touch on the auction a little bit. I mean, this is fairly common, right? If partner's a passed hand and you find at least a 4-3 major suit fit, you're pretty comfortable just passing them at the 1 level. You don't have a game anymore, and you easily could be finding a 5-3 fit. As Migry did here. I am concerned about the pause from Declarer, although it's only going to result in, over tricks one way or another. He's not going down in 1 spade, at least I hope not.
Yeah, I missed the early play while I was looking at pictures of bridge player hair.
Ruffs with the ace of spades. Okay, brilliant.
Does not seem optimal.
Because West was apparently over-ruffing. I guess we're not convinced that West was over-ruffing, but if West had the 7 of spades, West was over-ruffing. There it is. All right.
He's going to get the ruff anyway.
Well played by Andrew. So now he's going to lose a diamond, but he will end up making 1. It does feel a little weird to not cash the King of Hearts to pitch the club in that position. He easily could have made an overtrick here. I mean, once he elected to ruff with the spade ace. The problem for me is, he elected to ruff with the spade ace after not playing the ace of spades on the first round of trumps. I don't know. It seems a little inconsistent. But we're on to board 50. This is the nice thing about single player perspective, I think. I don't need to get hung up on previous decisions or continue talking about the previous hand. We got 1 hand to focus on. So 1 spade opener. And Migry has a random 14 count with 4 spades. She's just going to have to pass for now.
I think she'll be pretty happy about it. I mean, they're bidding her best suit. Her hand is pretty horrible for offense anyway.
Right. Yeah, and the fact that she has spade length, if this really is their hand, partner is going to take a call. Partner might double 2 spades here. You could still find your heart fit.
Yeah.
Or partner's going to do this. Oh, yikes. Okay. Well, we have decisions, right?
So partner is almost certain to have a 6-card heart suit here, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know his high card strength is pretty weak. So what else could he have? So let's give him singleton, ace, jack, 6. Let's say 2-4 if he has some shape. All of a sudden we're pretty close to making 5 hearts.
Right, and I think partner is likely to have a spade void, which is a little worse for us.
That's true. That 4 spade bid is usually going to be based on a 6-card suit of her own. But of course, if partner has the hypothetical hand I just gave, they're going to lead a spade, and we can pitch away one of his diamonds to trick one.
Yep. Well,
I don't know. I think I've talked myself into a 5-heart call, and in fact, that's what she does.
yeah. Yeah, so Migry bids 5 hearts. As tempting as it might be to double 4 spades, like, you're not getting rich against that contract, and for one thing, 4 spades might just make. So, I like the 5 heart bid. It's kind of like a two-way shot. The auction's not over yet, because East might still bid. Okay. 5 hearts passes out.
Yeah, I think East was just happy to be defending at the 5 level instead of the 4 level.
Yeah.
I probably East thought that she was saving with 4 spades anyway, so no reason to resave here unless her hand is very abnormal.
Right.
Well, so now we'll get to find out how close our construction was.
Yeah, after Billy follows to trick 1, but we'll see. There has been a 14 imp pickup, which might mean that 3 no trump hand made at 1 table. Spade opening lead. We'll see if partner does have the expected spade void, I think. Now partner has a stiff, but partner is stiff. And this makes a ton of sense. Andrew just has a very distributional hand, and he's pretty comfortable at this point, just pulling 2 rounds of trumps. He can give up the club ace, ruff 2 clubs, and lose a diamond as well.
Yeah, so we were kind of close on what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, you said 6-4, 2-1. He was 7-4, 1-1.
I see. So it was actually board. I see. So this hand where Andrew kept trying to go down in 3 no trump in the other room. Somehow North-South went for a number in a 4-3, 5 clubs doubled. I see. Yeah, so this was actually the Dinkin system. They just opened their nebulous club, made a whole bunch of bids, somehow ended up in 5 clubs, and the Rosenberg took a shot at it for down 3.
Got it.
So.
Okay, well, we're on to board 51. I mean, Migry's probably pretty happy about that result. The opponents didn't really appear to have a good save in spades. Hearts were 1-1 between their hands, and Andrew's hand fit so poorly that she turned out to have a lot of defense in diamonds. The king of clubs was also helping partner's queen of clubs become a full trick. But I mean, favorable saves are definitely a thing to be scared of. I'm sure that Migry, when she put her hand down, was probably pretty happy to have just bought the contract in 5 hearts and not faced a 5 spade decision. Of course, she would double, but...
Right.
Well, so we've opened a spade. We have this 11 count. This is a bit of a different flavor of 11 than the previous one, where Andrew Rosenthal had just like a balanced 11. Here we're 5-4 in the majors, so we have an easy rebid. Spade at no trump, 2 hearts.
Yeah, I think the only response from Andrew that we wouldn't have been thrilled with would be a spade past 3 clubs invitational. Yeah, we'd have 2 tricks from Nan, but this would be a pretty bad dummy for that. I think any like this 1 no trump is just fine. We either find a heart fit or don't, partner either preference, or leave it here, and whatever happens, we're probably in our side's best spot.
Yeah, it's a little sad when partner bids 2-no now, right? Because we don't have a fit, and therefore there it is, and we're light on high cards given our style for opening the bidding. But we passed 2-no.
At least the strong spades.
Mm-hmm.
At least the strong spades some of the time are going to be 5. Partner has 10 doubleton of spades or queen doubleton. We'll often take 5 spade tricks.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, we have managed to be dummy 3 hands in a row. This was the wrong player to watch, but fortunately, it seems like Andrew and Billy play rather quickly to the first trick, so we actually get to see the hand from Declarer's perspective. There it is. So heart opening lead.
Yeah, so I do not like. I mean, obviously Andrew was a little bit stuck on a hand like this, but 2-0 doesn't seem like a great solution here.
Right, so I mean, you would just pass two hearts.
I mean, it's not great in a 4-2 either, but at least, maybe your aces or some tricks. I don't know. And obviously, if Migry had pulled out to 3 diamonds, she would have been an absolute hero, but that's basically impossible.
Yeah, I was going to comment, I think for a lot of pairs, 3 diamonds would be forcing in this spot.
I think it should be. It's just a little too ridiculous to try to find a 110 partial at this point in the auction.
Right, yeah. Okay, well, this heart lead, I mean, is like both good and bad news for Declare. At least the suit was 4-3, but the opponents were able to take 4 tricks in it.
Yeah, now club will probably come through, and that's going to be awkward.
Okay, so we do see a first discard from the opponent's 5 of clubs. It would be helpful to know the opponent's carding. And I have not been watching. Maybe I can think back to some of the previous boards and deduce what it is. I suspect they're playing standard?
I think we worked out from an earlier segment that they're playing Smith, regular Smith.
Okay.
As well, which would imply that they're playing standard signals.
Yeah. So that 5 of clubs, I mean, while us as declarer, we can tell that that's a high card, West is not looking at the 10-9-7-6 in our own hand. And so West might think that 5 of clubs could be low.
Maybe, although he might be looking at, at no lower spot himself.
True, yeah. Okay, he does put a club through. So if the club discard is believable, then I suspect we should be playing low on this trick, or the 10 or whatever. I don't think East would be pitching a high club from like Queen Jack 4th. That would be a little bit scary, right? You're giving up a second club trick if Declare happened to have like Ace King 5th.
Yeah, it's obviously a little tough for East West knows what's going on, because North does have this abnormal hand that we can see, but they can't.
Right.
So, probably none of the 3 suits are going to look that attractive to discard from. So, she started with 3 or 10 4th of spades, let's say, and 3 diamonds. Yeah.
Well, I was incorrect. East has pitched a club from Queen Jack 4th, which I don't know. Personally, I think is just absolutely insane. But
it's hard to know on a single dummy basis what exactly she was looking at and what she might have had to be worried about.
Mm-hmm. Well, so Declare's down 1.
Or, the club pitch. Do keep in mind the club pitch guaranteed a plus, almost certainly, and there's something to be said for that.
Okay, I was going to say I would probably have hopped up with the Diamond Ace here. I think it's very clear the Diamond King is offside, and I also kind of suspect the Spade Queen is on, but regardless, if the Diamond King is off, I have a squeeze by just running the clubs.
I wouldn't be 100% sure the Spade is on, because I think East carding is consistent with 10 4th. Nope, Queen 4th.
Well, my thinking is East's pitch from the Queen Jack 4th of clubs is so weird. I think East just has everything else. That would be.
I thought East certainly had 4 spades, but I thought the 10 4th was also in the picture.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the kind of hand I expected East to have, because he was obviously in some distress, and the club pitch, got her a plus score, which on a hand like that is really all you can ask for.
Yep.
Again, anytime the opponents are in 2-0 Trump and you don't know what's going on, you're happy if you just beat it.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean,
Look,
minus
it's
50,
again-
like, not a terrible result, right? Migry opened this, a little bit shaky 11 count, and her partner made kind of an aggressive 2-no bid, and to just be down 1, I think she's fairly happy with it. So, 52, we get no bids from our side. The opponents have opened a diamond. East bid our best suit, 1 heart. West bid 2 clubs.
We had our other best suit.
Yeah, they just keep bidding our suits. This is where you start imagining that at the local club they might end up in like 5 clubs doubled, going down 4.
Well, at your club, or apparently just at the other table in this match, because that happened.
Yes, that's. I was alluding to the fact that the other table is basically my local club. But yeah. So we have to wait and see what East does. The longer
notice
East...
this is also something that you're getting at.
Go on.
Sorry, go on.
No,
Like you were saying earlier that when you're East, you really want to be planning these things before you bid 1 heart and not be pausing at this point in the auction. You mentioned that a couple of boards ago.
Yeah, you want to start thinking when an unusual thing happens in the bidding, and this is something that distinguishes players who I think have what might seem, quote unquote, like good bidding judgment, but really they're just thinking ahead. It's like all of these people who open a no trump with singletons, they aren't saying, hey, I think my hand is a no trump opener. They're just thinking ahead and saying, well, if I open a diamond, what is my rebid over some of partner's normal responses? And they work out that they're in trouble if partner makes one of the normal responses, like a heart of spade or no trump. So they just open a no trump instead. And it's a bit of a worse description originally, but it makes the rest of the auction seem a lot more fluid. So yeah, a diamond, a heart, 2 clubs. East elects to make an invitational hand, bid with diamonds, 3 diamonds, and that catches 5 diamonds from West, which is that's a lot of diamonds.
Yeah, and here, notice East really should just be prepared for a 2-club rebid. If you have a club void, they've got to be somewhere. They might as well be in partner's hand.
Right. Yeah, you can start making like educated guesses as to where missing suits are. And so as East, you probably expect that your partner's going to rebid 2 clubs, not like a no trump, right? So diamond, a heart, 2 clubs. She had a plan. I mean, it's perfectly fine to pause and say, think about, just make sure. Maybe she was thinking, oh, well, now that partner has bid 2 clubs, maybe I should just jump to 5 diamonds myself. But she elects to bid 3.
I think though, it just, when West just takes a basically normal action and now East pauses, some of the time West is going to end up with an ethical problem because East pause basically said that she had a 2.5 diamond bid, which is what she has, right?
Yeah.
So, there are some situations where that's going to give West an ethical problem.
Oh, for sure.
Where if he pauses before bidding a heart and then is ready for this 3 diamond bid, West just can't read anything into any of East's tempo because pausing before you bid 1 heart doesn't say anything.
Right. Yep. Yeah, exactly.
But, West is an extremely ethical player, so, I wouldn't expect that to be a problem in this partnership, but certainly there are players for whom it would be.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, very fair point to bring up all of that sort of discussion, but let's take a look at the actual hand because we have to defend 5 diamonds. From our perspective, partner made a great opening lead choice of a trump.
Yeah, partner. So let's declare presumably is 6-4 to jump to 5 diamonds and shut out no trump. So maybe 2-1, a singleton heart, maybe. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he could be. I mean, declare could be 5-5. Declare could be 6-5. But yeah, we do need to think about layouts where we can actually beat the contract. Partners hopped up with the spade ace, which I think is both good and bad news for our side.
Yeah.
And so partners continued another diamond. Now, of course, we don't want to pitch clubs. Those are probably going to represent winners later in the play. So Migry likes to pitch a heart. I think the heart discard is pretty reasonable given that Declare has appeared not to go after the heart suit himself. So we can suspect that West either has a heart singleton or maybe a void. Club rough.
Yeah, and also, right, partner also, maybe there's a slight implication the partner has the ace of hearts because of this trump lead, although I don't think we should put a ton of stock in that possibility.
Right, so Declare has been able to rough 2 clubs.
So Declare is now going to cash 2 spades, presumably he's showing out on this trick.
Mm-hmm.
And this confirms a heart void or singleton ace. He would have pitched a heart there if he had one.
Yep. So my suspicion is that West started with a heart void and
we know
6-5.
We know he's 2065 from, because he has 5 clubs and so.
Okay, good attempt by partner to lead a diamond, but maybe bad attempt by hopping up with the spade ace. Were we beating this if Declare didn't get 2 discards on the king jack of spades?
I don't think so, because
We were, right?
then he could have taken an extra rough though, because Andrew won the ace of spades and played a trump. If he didn't do that, Declare could now just cross rough the hand, right?
So spade to the king, heart rough, club rough, heart rough, club rough, heart rough, club. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Hold on. Yes, clubs are 4-4.
Yeah, I'm.
So Declare is going to end up roughing 3 clubs in the Well, the thing is, he played a low spade towards the king, so he gets to dummy, but then has to rough a heart. So he's down to 4 trumps in hand. He roughs a club, roughs a heart. 3 trumps in hand, roughs a club, roughs a heart. 2 trumps in hand, roughs a club, roughs a heart. 1 trump in hand. No, I think he's just down. Well, we move on, but Migry has probably spent some time thinking about the defense on that one and trying to deduce whether or not 5 diamonds is making at the other table.
I mean, Declare also double dummy can just set up hearts with a 10 of hearts in Migry's hand.
Declare can set up hearts. Yes, he can. Mm-hmm. Although I strongly suspect his line of I strongly suspect his line of play was to just hope that the ace of spades was with the stiff diamond.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And so he would have gone down very quickly after playing 2 rounds of spades, North wins, and then continues a second trump.
Anyway, we've had a transfer auction and a delayed action by West, who did not come in directly over no trump, but did come in directly over South accepting the transfer.
Yeah, this is one of those spots where it's like one of the few spots where I think it's perfectly okay to wait before bidding your hand. Like here, West, wants to find out what North's hand looks like, and once North shows hearts, West probably has some heart shortness, and therefore is happy to compete with the opponent's part score. So.
Yeah, and presumably, if he has any high cards, he has a pretty good idea that North is just going to be passing too hard, so it's effectively a balancing position, even though it feels scary in between 2 live hands.
Right. So our kind of assumption that West is short in hearts seems pretty clear. East has turned up with a 4-card suit. Our partner has led the 10 of diamonds. We happen to have the 9. I don't think North-South are playing Rosenthal leads, but so that's going to show shortness, which means we get to cash 2 rounds of diamonds. And now we get to decide what club are we playing? Well, that 2 of clubs probably indicates that we shouldn't be underleading our ace. So I expect Migry to just cash the club ace here.
Yeah, I think the only reason to underlead might be that if partner started with the king third of clubs, now it can go club, 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 ace of spades, fourth round of clubs, and maybe something interesting happens.
Oh yeah, but I was expecting that 2 of clubs was discouraging, and partner with king third would have played a higher club.
Oh, you think they're playing standard signals?
Right. Oh, are they not?
If she's leading the 3 of clubs now, I don't think so.
Okay, good point. Good point. So, oh, it was east-west that I was thinking was playing standard. Never mind. This is north-south we're talking about. Well, the club is making Declare think. Sticks in the jack. That feels like good news for us.
Feels like he guessed wrong, yeah.
Yeah, so club to the jack and queen. Now a club comes back, and we can play a third round. We know where the king of clubs is. And our partners might be over-roughing this. I mean, any trump higher than the 8 would be good news for our side. There's one of them. So now a heart back is going to remove Declarer's last entry to the dummy. They'll only be able to lead spades up once. We might beat this 3 if our partner has... Nope.
Yeah, I think Declare, there's only that jack of spades is the only thing the partner had. It's hard to imagine what Billy could have had that didn't include the queen of spades.
Oh, but I mean, he could have had king, queen, empty fifth instead of king, queen, 10 fifth.
But I think not when partner roughs with the jack of spades. He would have roughed with his lowest of equals.
Oh, I was just expecting that partner could give them a guess, right? If partner was down to 10 doubleton,
oh yeah.
Then Declare could have elected to hook the 10 through south.
Yeah, possibly.
But yes,
I think that partner's jack of spades sort of felt like it had to be a true card.
Yeah. Okay, so good defense. I mean, it looks like technically it didn't. Under leading the club and having Declare a misguess only cost them an under trick. We were always getting that jack of spades because Declare only had 1 dummy entry. Couldn't hook the king, queen of spades twice.
Or we could just play ace in a club, hop up with the ace of spades and play one more club.
Yes, that too. Yeah, both of those plans would have worked out quite nicely. But yeah, good play by Migry. I mean, probably due to Andrew's defensive carding. He suggested that leading a low club was perfectly safe for his side, and I think he was right about that. Okay, well...
Yeah, and I think he also visualized the jack of spades coming into play on this kind of defense. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. So we got another hand in front of us. The action does not stop. We as South opened a diamond.
Not open to no trump.
Yeah, we did well to not open a no trump with our hand, given the way that this has played out. So a diamond, a spade, double, 2 diamonds. I wonder what double by us would have been in this position. Because it feels like whatever interpretation double is over 2 diamonds, we should have made it.
Yeah, I think unless they're playing double to show like a generic high card hand, which obviously this hand is not.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, you could use double in this position to show like the 18 to 19 balanced type thing. It feels a little weird.
Well, you could also use it to show an unbalanced strong no trump type hand, right?
Okay, yeah. But something
like that, like that's the really awkward hand. Like the 18 to 19, maybe just bid 2 no trump, but like a hand that's like 16 where you have 6 strong diamonds, but a singleton somewhere is super awkward. Or 5 strong diamonds, I guess more likely.
Sure.
And meanwhile, we did not need that double to find our diamond fit, so.
We didn't. Well, I was curious if double would be played as support by some people, because it's not as if our partner has to have exactly 4 hearts for their negative double. They could have like a 7 or 8 count with 5 hearts over there.
Like a negative rebid, that's very true.
Yeah.
Good point.
Okay, so Partner does bid 3 diamonds in this auction. We see the opponent's bidding to 3 spades. Looks pretty clear, like East might have a 4-card limit raise over here is possible, or maybe East just has a 3-card raise with a diamond singleton. That's possible.
Yeah, I mean, I would think, I think this pair is probably one of the less scientific ones remaining, but they probably play this 2-no-trump gadget to show 4-card limit raise like everyone else does these days.
Right. So Migry elected to bid 4 diamonds. I mean, she did it fairly quickly. We didn't have a lot of time to discuss what our thoughts on this hand. Obviously, we can see from the dummy that we've caught, maybe 3 no trump was the spot to play in. If West happens to have both aces, then 3 no trump is a fairly good contract. Or just on a spade lead.
If West, we only need West to have... Well, all we need is West to have the ace of clubs.
Right, yeah, that's also true. But I kind of suspect that East probably has that card, just looking at the 2 combined hands. Otherwise, what is East 2 diamonds bid?
Right, now that the ace of spades is visible. I mean, as it is, like... what do both East and West have,
Right.
I guess West vulnerable. But had a fairly sketchy overcall, so...
Mm-hmm.
They could each have an 8 count or something.
Yep. Yeah, but so, I mean, like, 3-no, I think, was a consideration. We have this long diamond suit, and 2 quick tricks and hearts is kind of what seals the deal for me. Like, if our partner just had ace-4 of diamonds, and maybe some other card somewhere, like the queen of clubs, then we would be in good shape to make 3-no on our cards.
Yeah. Particularly... on this auction, the context of partner's diamond bid is to have real diamonds because we never did anything after initial 1 diamond opening, and he still freely raised our diamonds to the 3 level.
Right. So anyway, I mean, Migry elected to bid 4 diamonds. Like, it's not crazy. We have a big diamond fit. She was probably worried that if the opponents didn't lead spades, she might just not get a 9th trick, which I think she was right about. So
9th trick. The opponents were on a club lead. The opponents were going to take the first 10 tricks at least.
Okay, yeah, that's also true. But yeah, so 4 diamonds. I mean, not being the highest scoring contract on the north-south cards, but one that is less likely to result in a disaster.
And here it looks like this is just going to go off a trick.
Yeah, unless the Queen of Hearts is coming down, which I suspect it is not.
Feels like he's probably started with Queen of Hearts and some length.
Oh, you think East has it? I actually thought West had it. But I guess we'll see.
Oh, yeah, you're right. But if West has it, then it might be coming down.
It might be. But I have the feeling that West has some generic 5-3-3-2 hand, and that doubleton was in diamonds, not in hearts.
I would say it was more likely that West had like ace, queen, jack, 6 of spades, and East had 3 little spades, the ace, queen of clubs, and queen of hearts for everyone to sort of have their bids.
Okay, yeah, very possible.
Although.
Well, ace of spades, or ace of hearts, king of hearts. Hey, you're right, the queen does come down. So it looks like West was 6-2-2-3.
Yeah, so East actions are totally normal. West decided red-white that this was a hand he wanted to bid on but didn't want to jump to 2 spades on, which I can certainly understand.
It's also possible that 2 spades for them red is like intermediate. A lot of people play those intermediate jumps.
Yeah, that's true.
And so maybe he just had no option other than to overcall spade. All right, board
Certainly,
55.
very possible.
So we don't know if Migry's action is going to earn her some imps on that one. Of course, a club lead is going to defeat 3 no trump. if they get there at the other table, but a spade lead will not. And so that could be a swing.
Yeah, so on a club lead, Declare was going to take tricks 12 and 13.
Yep. All right, 6 boards to play, and that will wrap up play for this evening. They will have 60 more boards to play tomorrow. Rosenthal still hanging on to a pretty healthy lead. They've won all of the segments so far fairly convincingly. I think at this point in the play of this segment, they have earned their fewest number of imps. I could be wrong on that, but...
Yeah, so yes, for a completed segment, but actually I think there were 2 where it was kind of close, and then on both of them, somewhere around the 10-ish board mark, they just got 3 10-plus imp swings in a row.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's happened twice so far today.
Well, we are sitting back and pulling out as many pass cards as we can for a while.
Yeah, it's great. We don't even have to decide what to lead.
Right, and there are some things that you can be thinking about in these spots, like what sort of Q bids or artificial bids would I be comfortable doubling with Migry's hand? So, you could imagine that if East were to bid like 5 clubs in response to key card at some point, would we want to double that? Or something to that effect. But looks like we don't have any of those choices to make for now. For no trump quantitative.
Yeah, and also, after that 2-diamond artificial game force, there's some possibility we on lead against a spade contract. We have to be thinking a little bit about what we're going to do, because it's not like we have a great opening lead against 4 spades here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is getting exciting because I could easily see the opponents ending up in diamonds or spades or no trump at this point. 5 no trump, just a pick a slam type bid. We'll see. A little
unusual to make a pick a slam bid when we haven't actually shown any fits anywhere.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. And so we can probably gain a lot of information about what the dummy might look like from this 5 no bid. So I would imagine that West has a long suit of his own somewhere and is hoping that his partner might fit it, which means his long suit would potentially be diamonds.
Well, his opening bid suit, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think my guess would be, it doesn't have to be that long, but that West probably has a 5th diamond, and just in case he has some kind of fit, he wants to offer 6 diamonds as a possibility.
Right. And so that's going to be important coming down the stretch here, because if we're correct about West's hand shape, then we know that our 10/4 of diamonds might actually be a very useful card, depending on how the play goes. So we'll need to be a little careful about discarding from that suit, but it does seem as if we have a lot of the defensive assets here. Jack 10-9, 4th of spades, Queen 10 3rd of hearts, King of clubs.
Yeah, I think we're certainly in, like, if Declare just has the Queen of clubs, we're in some danger of getting squeezed.
Yep.
Like, Declare maybe can just run 5 rounds of diamonds if he has the Ace King Queen. A little unlikely after a mere 1-no rebid, but certainly possible. And then, what are we going to discard on the 5th diamond? I guess when he has that and the Queen of Spades, partner's going to be marked with the King of Hearts. Yeah, Ace and Queen of Diamonds, hypothetical Queen of Clubs, known Queen of Spades, partner has to have the King of Hearts.
Yep. Yeah, which is why I don't think West's diamonds are solid. I mean, I was imagining a hand like Ace King 5th of diamonds, which is very possible.
Yeah, I think that's more likely. So, and obviously, the longer he thinks, the more likely that is.
Right. Okay, so there is a low diamond. We'll see if our partner wins the queen.
Yes, we can see that he can even duck from Queen Doubleton, but obviously, I don't think that's a very likely play.
Well, partner didn't win the queen, so now I suspect Declare doesn't have, or does have the queen. It's possible our partner has the king.
We're allowed. As kibitzers, we're allowed to know that Andrew took a while to make that duck.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't think he would duck with the queen. He might duck with the king. He might duck with the ace.
I don't think he would duck with the king. And also, if he had the king, Billy's play makes no sense.
Really? Doesn't Billy just play a diamond to the jack and then a diamond back to the ace and then try and set up the suit that way? Ace queen fifth.
What if he has ace queen nine fifth, right?
Yeah. Well, it is now starting to sound like partner has the diamond queen, right? Declare played a diamond to the jack and has not continued the suit, and is now just setting up spades.
Yeah, but also Declare is allowed to use the information that Andrew hesitated. So, yes, it does feel like Andrew has a diamond card, and, Billy, obviously, well, he knows it also because Migry would never duck it over the jack.
Sure. Okay, well, I was going to say it feels pretty natural to play a diamond back now, which is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, there's no ethical problem here. It's a possible return into that dummy.
Ooh, partner followed without the queen on this trick. So this should give us a lot of information. I mean, it looks as if Declare is going to now run diamonds.
No, I think partner started with queen third of diamonds.
Oh. Well, that's not good news for our side.
Sorry, or king third of diamonds, rather. We're ducking with safe.
Oh, okay. Yeah. King third would make a ton of sense.
Yeah.
Then it's a little bit surprising. If that's what's actually happening, and I guess, you've said from UI, we're not really entitled to know that partner has a diamond card.
Right.
Then what's Billy's 5-no bid based on? It has to be based on a club suit then, right? So then Billy must be exactly 2-3-4-4 in shape.
So also, we're not allowed to use the information from Andrew's tank, but I think we are allowed to use the information that Billy won the jack of diamonds and then started doing other stuff.
Yep. Yeah, very true. And has now won the ace of diamonds and is thinking rather than running the diamond suit. Right. You're right. So
I think.
So what is Declare's hand?
Anything Billy does is authorized.
Yeah. So Declare's hand is ace queen fourth of diamonds, queen double to the spades.
We've seen that.
So that's 8. He's got to have both of the missing round cards, right? King of hearts and queen of clubs. Otherwise, why would he accept a slam try? He just has a random balanced 13 count with no 5-card suit. So, yeah, it does seem as if he's about to play heart to the jack, which is going to be his best chance to make this.
Yes, I mean, I think he had to start with king third of hearts exactly, 2-3-4-4.
Yep.
Although he's a little odd that he's thinking here, because it feels like he's already committed himself to this line of play.
Right. I mean,
what
he could.
What holding could he?
Like he could potentially cash the ace and then cash a spade and hope that we're getting squeezed somehow if we have all of the missing stuff.
Oh, and then he couldn't afford to have cashed the king of hearts earlier because that's his last entry to his hand.
Right.
Although, mightn't he have crossed the ace of clubs to catch that spade instead of crossing to the ace of hearts?
Yeah, I suspect. I don't know.
Wouldn't that feel a little more natural? I don't know.
Okay, he does play the ace of hearts. Weird. So now
I wonder if he looked at Andrew. If Andrew was looking at a heart suit that was ready to run, he might have grabbed the king of diamonds.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it's possible partner started with the queen of diamonds, queen third?
I don't. I think Declare would have cashed the king if he had it to tighten up the, both just to take it and to tighten up the position.
Well, because if partner does have queen third here, okay, the jack of hearts has come. Then the 6 of spades legitimately would squeeze us.
Would, but now isn't Declare out of entries to his hand?
Well, if Declare had cashed the six of spades rather than leading the jack of hearts.
Right.
There it is. So. Partner had queen third of diamonds.
Wow. Yeah, so in fact, Billy got it right to go up with the ace of hearts, but...
Now, did it actually matter? I mean, maybe this is not worth thinking about. I probably wouldn't think about this at the table. I would just, like, score up my thing. But if East had cashed the six of spades, I would be in the tank, because it's possible we can unguard one of the suits so as to avoid Declare squeezing us again because we deny them entries. I don't know. It would be a hand worth thinking about later. My suspicion is that the six of spades would have allowed Declare to make it if he read the position based on our discard.
Yeah, I just took a quick look. The double dummy solver actually thinks not. So I didn't want to think about it too much, so I just cheated.
Okay, fair enough. So we would have had some defense available against the six of spades, and we probably would have been able to think it out and figure it out. Migry could have showed us as well, but she didn't have to. We're on to board 56.
And in the other room, they also took 10 tricks and no trump, but in 3 no trump, so that's where those imps that just went on the board for Rosenthal came from.
Yeah, so you were right. After 10 boards, you know, if they were only playing 10 board segments, this match would be a lot closer. The stamina is a real problem for the Dinkin team. They fall apart after 10 boards in.
Yeah, I think it's more like the mean reversion is a problem for them.
Yeah.
I am going to put this down for 1 second because I need to get my power supply.
Okay.
Be right back.
Well, board 56, so 5 boards to play in the set. We as Migry have recalled a spade after the opponents have showed both diamonds and hearts in the auction, but partner was not interested in helping us compete, so I'm happy to be done. And finally, the big hand at the table is revealed. Billy Cohen is the one to cubed 2 spades, now insisting on a game his side of some fashion. So this could be a hand that has, like, a choice about whether to play in 3-no or 5 diamonds, now that he may have found a diamond fit from his partner. This could be a hand that's looking for a spade stopper. It could be a whole variety of things. Oh. That's interesting that this cubed was not game forcing. Because if West had a hand that was invitational with diamonds, he could bid 3 diamonds over 2 diamonds. And if West had a hand, like the game forcing hand types are the difficult ones to show in some of these positions. So I think a lot of people play the cubed of the opponent's suit as just game forcing. But it looks like that's not what East-West are doing here. Partner leads a spade, and this first trick is very revealing to us. The jack of spades holds trick 1. Our partner has led the deuce, and West has, showed diamonds and clubs. So we know our partner has queen third of spades, but did not take a call in the auction, which kind of tells us information we already knew, that West has a very, very strong hand. But now we really know how strong West's hand is, because partner has a known spade fit and didn't bid. We had a 10 count. Dummy had a 5 count. So West must have an enormous hand over here.
So what did I miss?
You missed an unusual auction choice where Billy Cohen cubed the opponent's suit, which I think most people play as like a game force, and then passed out the subsequent 3 diamond bid.
I think he's allowed to disregard his own force after East only made a weak preference.
Okay. Yeah, well, Play-wise, I mean, the hand is mostly an open book. Our partner failed to raise us to 2 spades with queen third, which means...
So we know that's pretty much all he's got.
Yeah. And I mean, no surprise based on the auction as well. Like, we had a 10 count, dummy had a 5 count, and partner turned up with queen third of our spades and didn't bid. So West must have almost all of the missing 25 highs. But here we are. So 3 diamonds, that is our 3rd defensive trick. And, you know, Migry, feeling a little bit end-played at this point, doesn't want to lead herd away from the king, fairly convinced that West must have the heart ace for his bidding. So elects to lead a 4th round of spades.
Right, a rough slough, but... probably a better option than leading a heart around immediately. Like, if Declare started with ace-jack, 3rd of hearts, you know, I guess then it wouldn't even matter. We'll just rough this and take the finesse anyway. It was all irrelevant.
Yeah, actually, I'm a little surprised by this, because don't we have a full count on West's hand? West has turned up with 3 spades and has showed 4-4 in the minors. So it seems like this rough slough doesn't really help us. Hey, look at that.
This feels like it actually went okay for us.
So Billy has the rest, but that is going to be down 1. I'll take it. Also looks like it didn't matter that we gave a rough slough. Partner had 2 natural trump tricks over there.
Does he have the rest? Partner doesn't have an exit card to let us score the king of hearts at the end.
I mean, I assume Billy's down to stiff ace of hearts, a trump, and the last club. But
I believe he just having missed the early play. I don't really know.
I mean, but it is taking a while for him to claim. So I'm not sure. Is it possible that Billy bid 2 clubs on a 3-card suit? Oh, I have completely missed the diamond suit. So, geez, partner had a lot of diamonds over there. Queen Jack 10 5th. Oh, absolutely right. I forgot that we had we had a singleton diamond, so of course partner was hanging on to a bunch of trumps in that end position. Westare cashed the ace of hearts on trick 1. Or on the first heart trick. Ah, wait. If West had cashed the ace of hearts, couldn't we have exited the king of hearts? Whatever. We beat the contract. This is what happens when you leave me by myself. I get completely lost into whatever else I was talking about. I forget what it was. Oh, it was the two spade, like, presumable game force thing. Yeah. Okay, let's try and focus on board 57. You were also confused why we didn't just cash the king of hearts? Huh. I am not going to go back and look at that, but maybe I was pretty clueless about what happened on that hand. Okay, 1 club, we bid a heart. We're white on red. West overcalls a spade, our partner passes, and East raises to 4 spades. Now, there are a couple of things worth noting. If East has a preemptive 4 spade bid, that would mean East has a 5-card spade suit, but failed to overcall a club with a spade. So I suspect it's more likely East has a hand with like 3 or 4-card spade support and just some values. Whoa!
Yeah, I was about to correct you by pointing out that we've seen East make a lot of conservative decisions this match.
Okay, well, this one takes the cake.
Didn't occur to me, but yeah, I didn't think East would turn up with Ace King Jack 10 9 of spades, but I think, you know, a hand with 5 spades is very much in this particular East range.
Okay, well, you're right. There it is.
Yeah, I was just gonna let you finish and then be embarrassed, but yeah, I think you have not been fully attuned to the fact that East does not seem to understand that she's allowed to bid fairly freely.
Well, this is, I think, one of the main reasons why we don't want to do something like this. Not specifically just passing over a club, but additionally jumping to four spades with this kind of hand where we could easily be missing a slam.
Yeah,
And they were.
12 tricks with no finesses.
Right. And partner had a wasted king of diamonds as well. So.
Right.
Okay. That might be an interesting board to see in the other room, because after East one spade overcall in that room, and depending on what South does, South might make a negative double. West is going to have some decisions to make, because West has a hand that easily could make a slam opposite just a generic one spade overcall.
Yeah.
So, okay, well, board 58, one spade opener from West in third seat.
Yeah. So in fact, in the other room, we forgot that North is opening a 10 to 12 no trump, so the whole auction is just going to be totally different.
Oh, interesting. It could still get to the same position if East shows spades and a minor, if they have that available.
That is, so East passed, South bid 2 diamonds, showing God knows what.
Probably natural.
They get forced partner to bid 2 hearts, but it could have included a lot of different things.
Okay.
So North did bid 2 hearts. He's made a delayed 2 spade overcall. South now showed his diamonds. West Q-bid in diamonds. North doubled on Queen 10 fourth for some reason. The whole thing's a little wacky. So.
Got it. I was going to say that there's kind of an interesting decision point here on this hand. So as a passed hand, we couldn't really have that much better of a hand if we wanted to overcall 2 diamonds over a no trump. But I like Migry's decision to pass here for a couple of reasons. One, she probably expects to be on opening lead a lot of the time. With spade length, West is unlikely to be declaring a spade contract, and so by that mark, either the opponents are going to end up in hearts, in which case maybe East is declaring, or they'll end up in no trump, in which case East is declaring. So you lose out on the effectiveness of like a lead directing value for the 2 diamond overcall. But additionally, just because you're maximum doesn't mean you have to bid. Like, if 2 diamonds gets doubled, you're going to be in massive trouble with your side suit being well protected in the West hand.
Yeah, well, I think the other reason not to bid is they've already put you on lead against no trump, which is exactly where you want to be.
Yep. Okay. I mean, Migry very quickly has made a decision at trick 1. She has gone after a high diamond lead. And, well, the suit split 3-3. That works out very well for her side. So she's collecting the first 5 tricks against 3 no trump. Declare are probably going to have the rest.
I suspect, yeah, I think that's highly likely. I suspect there may have been a little bit of defensive mix-up, although irrelevantly, obviously. So Migry led the ace and Andrew unblocked.
Migry led the king.
Oh, she led the king? Yeah, well, whatever. But I suspect Migry thought she was leading the not unblocked card, right? Since her suit was ace, king, jack. Very small, low cards.
Maybe?
Could be wrong.
I mean, I think she just
maybe
wanted
she does
to
want Andrew on.
Yeah, I think
I guess she does want Andrew on block with Queen Doubleton, so maybe that's right.
Well, I'm not convinced she wanted him to unblock with Queen Doubleton. I'm pretty sure that she would have been unhappy if that was his holding, but I think she wanted to get all of the 5 threes right. Because if Andrew had 3 small, she would want to switch and hope that Andrew had an entry.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. So meanwhile, Declare's not claiming.
Well, Declare doesn't know the spade hook is working. I mean, it's...
Right, but also her clubs obviously aren't solid either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, 3-0 down 1. I mean, definitely going to be a good result for our side. We're pretty happy with being able to cash out 5 tricks against the opponents.
Yeah, agreed.
And so board 59, once again, just a 10 count, not really in our opening style, so we pass. And we do want to be thinking a little bit about, like, when are we going to be comfortable bidding in this kind of auction? Like, certainly if East opens a diamond, are we making a takeout double? Are we overcalling a heart? Those are things that we can think about.
Yeah, I think despite the fact that we have ace jack of spades and a 10-eye heart suit, I would let the 2-card disparity sway me into a 1-heart overcall.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, in this case, our partner opens a spade. We now should have some sort of Drury bid available. We want to show a maximum passed hand with spade support in some manner. So there it is, 2 clubs. We'll find out from the alert soon enough whether this could be a 4-card support. We will not find out whether or not this could be 4-card support.
Yeah, so at some point within the last few years, 2-way jury kind of fell out of fashion at the higher levels of the game. I'm not exactly sure why.
I've always hated it, but that's just me.
Yeah, there was a vogue for a while when people were playing 4-card constructive or 3-card limit is one bid and 4-card limit is the other.
Mm-hmm.
But 2 clubs, the only jury bid is seem to overtake all these other methods.
Yeah, I like it just because it's simpler, and it frequently, if we have 3-card support, the opponents can expect we have a shortness somewhere, and leading trumps is good for their side. Whereas if we have 4-card support, now a trump lead doesn't really damage us as much.
Right.
And so, I mean, that's just one example that I can come up with. But and here, we can see exactly that. A trump lead actually probably would have been good for the opponents, but we get the Jack of Hearts lead. Well, Andrew playing fairly quickly. He has just elected to duck a diamond out of hand. It might have been worth considering hoping that hearts were 4-2.
Yeah.
Because if that king of hearts cashes and we can play 3 rounds of trumps, we might be able to just set up the heart suit and dummy. I mean, this line of play seems fine as well.
Yeah, I think he was obviously a little afraid to cross to a club to lead a diamond up as well.
Yep. Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't really want to set up the opponent's club trick immediately.
I think this is okay. We're going to... If they lead a trump now, we'll take 2 hearts, 5 spades in hand is 7, 2 roughs is 9, and the ace of clubs. That's just 10.
Yeah, I'm curious though, because
we will need the king of hearts to survive, but we always need that anyway, probably.
Right, but the other line, I mean, I think we only need the king of hearts to survive. Here, I mean, if anything adverse happens, we might be in trouble. But
wait, so on your line, what's your line? So, are we casting the king of hearts a trick too?
Sure. I mean, like, I can probably pull 2 rounds of trumps first and then cash the king of hearts, but something like that.
Okay, and then what?
Then 3rd round of trumps and then run the 10 of hearts.
Oh, I see, because of that jack of hearts opening lead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair point.
And I mean, even if this was some sort of weird Rusno thing and East happened to have queen jack 4th, like, I can just pitch a club loser on the 10 of hearts and I've set up 2 heart pitches.
Yeah.
So I would need 3-2 trumps and for the king of hearts to survive, but I think if you're planning on the diamond rough line, you also need 3-2 trumps and the king of hearts to survive.
Yeah, well, I think here he's just using the fact that he had the king jack 10 of diamonds to force a diamond trick for his 10th trick.
Oh, we can afford to lose... No, we can't afford to lose 3 diamonds.
Right, well, I think he forgot that he's in danger of that.
Ooh.
I think he might be going down now, unless the 9 of diamonds drops.
Yeah, the 9 of diamonds could drop. I mean, maybe there's some sort of squeeze available. That's very possible.
Yeah, something good might happen in the club suit, but...
Yep. Okay. So Declare got a little bit careless. I mean, maybe he looked at all these diamond spots and thought, my diamonds are solid. But that's not the case. Or could have miscounted his tricks. I mean, also possible.
So Rosenthal just put another 10 imps on the board.
Oof.
I see 3 no down 1 where Migry left a high diamond, and then 1 spade down 4 by Livy and Sam in a 4-2 fit with West having ace king jack 10 fifth and an 18 count.
Oh my.
I see. So Sam opened a possible canapé 8 to 11, 1 spade, second seat vulnerable, and went all pass, and the opponents made what? I guess they made 4 spades. He was down 4.
Wow. Missed their game.
Yeah, they took 10 tricks. Another great result for the Dinkin system there.
Yeah.
Alright, so here at least this gift might give Declare a chance, although.
Right. Tracy ended up pitching her second heart, which is.
I saw that, which seemed bad.
Yeah. Okay, so good technique from Andrew here, unblocking the jack of clubs. I expect Billy to play a heart back at this point.
Yeah, he'll certainly play a red card.
Yep.
It's possible he'll play a diamond.
Yeah, and so then Declare has the option of playing for some sort of show-up squeeze. I think it's probably marked at this point to go up with the Diamond King. West has a completely safe hard exit if he has the Diamond 9. So no need to give Declare a finesse. Goes up with the King of Diamonds. Now we can cash all of our major suit cards, and as long as we believe East has the Diamond 9 remaining, we have a show-up squeeze in diamonds and clubs.
Right. So of course we might still go down.
Yeah, I actually expect us to be going down. I think both the King, Queen of clubs are offside here.
I think if they're not, then East has grossly misdefended, so... Like, pitching that heart, it does not make a ton of sense from any hand, but it really does make a ton of sense if she ended up end playing herself.
Yeah, well, I think
And
a lot
she
of...
also, and she could have
she didn't have a
just
safe
ducked the
exit.
10 of diamonds also. But she could have just ducked the 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, she could have ducked the 10 of diamonds is a big indication, but also I think just like the tempo with which the first round of clubs happened, where East just kind of nonchalantly shifted to a club and West very confidently stuck in the queen when Declare played low from dummy. That to me indicates, and there it is. Now Andrew gets to take his pick. I mean, Billy's down to King Doubleton of clubs, so it doesn't even matter if he takes the losing hook.
Andrew really should this would be very insulting to take the finesse here to both East and West.
I mean,
After Billy returned a diamond.
Yeah. But he's thinking about it. Either way, it's just going to be down one. I mean, Billy can claim for him.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
In fact, he just did.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it was King, Queen, 30 clubs offside, and nothing that Declare could do after kind of mistiming the play a little bit. Not able to get his diamond rough.
Also a little strange because when he led that diamond toward the jack, that obviously was what he had in mind, and then somehow he panicked himself into not doing it.
Right. I'm sure he was worried about a heart ruff, but I don't think you can read that much into the Jack of Hearts lead. Yes, I hate leading from Jack Doubleton. It is an awful lead, but maybe East just had an uncomfortable lead in other suits as well. Turns out East had a pretty normal club lead, I think. So... All right, last board of the set, and Rosenthal holding on for about 140 imps in the plus. They've been picking up, I think, pretty comfortably, like double digits in every segment so far, and this has been a 40 imp victory for them.
Yeah, I suspect Dinkin will get a game swing back on the previous hand. particularly with the stronger player going to be declaring it.
Yeah, makes sense. But so we have 3 passes, and hooray, we get to open our 12 count on 4th seat. We open a spade. No surprise that when we just have 12 and it comes pass, 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 partner has a limit raise for us over there. So 2 clubs by North. My suspicion is, 4 spades.
Yeah, I mean, again, if partner only has a 3-card spade suit, maybe we want to give them an out. So I think, she'll give him a chance to jump to 3 spades to show a 4th trump here.
Okay.
I think if partner only has a 3-card raise, no matter how good it is, we're okay missing this one even red.
Fair enough. I might be tempted. I mean, especially against a weaker team to just bid game on every hand. But you're right. Being more disciplined with this kind of hand. It is a very good 12, though.
It is, but I think if we're only in an 8-card fit, obviously if partner has no club wastage, it'll still be very good. But give partner scattered honors, including something in clubs, and we're not in great shape if we only have an 8-card trump fit.
Okay.
And partner's done the worst possible thing from our point of view.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. Okay, Migry didn't care.
Right.
This feels a little weird to me. Like, what was she hoping to reject? Was she going to reject a 2-spade bid, I guess? That was the only thing that she was going to reject?
Or maybe over 2-spade bid, she would make a 3-diamond game try. That's possible.
Okay. Well, here we are. Partner does have some wastage, but otherwise is fitting our hand pretty well.
It's a pretty suitable hand, all things considered. I mean, we'll have to guess the diamond, but, we only have 2 top losers.
Yep. Okay, so we can win the ace of hearts. We'll probably just play a spade to the king at this point.
Probably play a spade, then take our heart rough and lead another spade.
Yep. That feels like the straightforward plan. And I think I've mentioned a little bit before that on some of these hands where high cards are fairly evenly divided, suits tend to be breaking. So we probably shouldn't worry too much about like 4-1 spade divisions. It is going to be less likely than if the auction had gone, for example, like a no trump transfer to spades and then 4 spades or something to that effect. So, all right, 9 of spades. East hops up with the ace on the second round. Looks like ace jack third is likely.
Either ace jack third or ace doubleton.
Yeah. So heart comes through. We ruff. Hearts were 4-4. Now we're completely safe. Just pull the last trump and take a diamond finesse whichever way we want.
Yeah, so as you predicted, it was ace jack third.
Yeah, I think something about East tempo on playing the spade ace gave it away to me, but could be wrong. So Migry gonna play a diamond. She plays a diamond to the jack. I think that's probably how I would play the suit as well. Although I think I would have run the 10 because it was completely safe. It's not like the suit gets blocked. We still have the ace in hand even if the 10 loses. But this looks like 11 imps. And let's
just in case I don't think it's possible that West started with queen fourth of diamond because East with the ace of spades would have led a singleton.
When she got in with what?
You would have let her singleton diamond at trick 1.
Well, West was on lead.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
Like she would have let it when she got in with the ace of spades.
Yep. So just a small kind of, unimportant error on that one that did not end up costing because the
no, I don't
split.
think so. But I think the diamonds are known to split because if West started with 4 of them, the defense would have gone differently.
You think East would hop up with the spade ace and switch to the stiff diamond?
I think so.
Okay. Yep, fair point. Well, we're in 4 hearts on 59 in the other room. So play is concluded in the room that we're watching, and 4 hearts is going to be... That is a special contract.
Wow.
So South opened 2 hearts, hearts and a minor. Systemically, he happened to have 5 hearts and 4 clubs, albeit, 4 high card points between the 2 suits. North started asking. He showed diamond shortness or something.
Mm-hmm.
And Olivia elected not to look for the spade fit, which is a little surprising to me. I mean, Ace King Doubleton of Hearts opposite a known 5-card suit. The 2-heart opener could include some 6 cards.
Yeah, it looks like it could even include 7 cards.
Yeah. This feels like an awful system.
Yeah, so the 3 clubs was alerted as short diamonds or exactly 2 spades, 6 or 7 hearts, and a flat hand.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, Declare's going to make this, which, despite getting to the worst fit, I mean, he's established everything now. He just needs to pull trumps and then run the spades to pitch his club loser. 10 of clubs is high. System win. We'll call it that.
Yeah.
I don't know if the defense could have done anything. I mean, cards are kind of well situated for Declare, but it feels like maybe they had some opportunities to do a little better.
I mean, it certainly could have done worse. Wow, so it'll be the expected pickup to the Dinkin team in a very unexpected way.
Yep. I mean, well played by Sam in the South, not losing his cool, being in kind of like a weird 5-2 fit. I'm sure he gets into those all the time with this system, though. So that is understandable. And last board, we saw the other room bid to 4 spades. I think rather expectedly.
The defense just doesn't have that many winners, right? With the Jack of Hearts dropping, they've got 1 heart, 1 diamond, and 1 club to start with. And Declare starts with 5 spades and 4 hearts and the ace of clubs.
Yeah, I mean, if some of the honors were a little bit differently placed, then maybe the defense could do something. Like if West had the diamond ace, maybe they could start tapping Declare. But with the ace of diamonds being on side, like the roughing finesse works, and then you just set up a diamond and dummy.
Yeah, I guess possible the defense might be able to, take advantage of the diamond position to tap South out or something, but certainly off the top, there's not a ton they can do.
Yeah. Well, a bit of a different auction. So we get the, of course, everyone's favorite vulnerable second seat, 1 no trump, 11 to 13. And 2 spades by South. Invitational with 4 or 5 spades. And North, of course, with just an 11 count. I mean, we recall in the other room, North passed systemically. I mean, that's just not an opening for Migry and Andrew. And that allowed South to open a spade with natural spades. North was able to bid Drury, and of course Migry is the one who mostly just forced a game opposite that.
Yeah, it's obviously like kind of weird point of interest that it was easier to get to game opposite a pass by North than an opening bid by North.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of worth noting that like Sam has a bit of the same inference as Migry, other than the fact that he doesn't know they have a spade fit yet. But I would be very tempted with no jacks, 2 10s, and a good 5-card suit, as well as a good 4-card suit, to at least invite. Partner could have 13, and I wouldn't want to miss game opposite that.
Yeah. So what do we know about the two spade hand? Just four. I see. All we know is that it had at least that four or five spades, and the rest of the hand can just be anything.
Yep.
I mean, I suspect that, North probably just like, figured since she could never have more than an eight card spade fit, that that with only one ace, that it was going to be a little too too close. But
Yeah, I was just kind of curious that South wouldn't have like invited a no trump. If there was a way to show five spades in an invite, I would do that. Maybe just
I
systemically they
think
can't.
I think this was it. I
Uh,
think this is the way he showed five spades in an invite.
yeah, that's sad because like invitational with four or five doesn't really help your partner decide what's going on.
No, I think it's a kind of, to me, this is a flaw of system construction where, like Sam obviously has, like, he's thought a lot about what these sequences mean, but I think he, like, hasn't quite, didn't quite figure out that invitational four spades, invitational five spades, it's not just a one card difference. Those are extremely different hands opposite of strong no trump balance, or opposite of no trump balance type.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was like, four or five, whatever, it's the same thing.
So,
Yeah,
I
so
mean, similar
here.
line of play. I mean, Sam did something, a little cute where he discarded a club on the fourth round of hearts. The thing is, if hearts really were 5-3 and West was threatening an overruff, Michael was just going to play the fifth round of hearts then. So he would be in the same spot. But no cost.
Yeah, but obviously in two spades, like he just doesn't care at all.
Yeah. So that's going to be
All
another
right,
game
so this will
swing.
be another large pickup to Rosenthal, and my guess would be that this match will not
Okay.
go beyond segment 6 tomorrow, but we'll see.
Clicking that button has done nothing for me. So let's pull up the scorecard. Currently, Rosenthal sitting ahead
Yeah, so there's
by
100.
142.